mom they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh mommy myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings, the beatings. your ginger, give me the kokoro. Mako de bijo.
And then also, I wasn't, I didn't get in the business for
What's
that time. But mine is quite special because of what I do special.
sasa hiyo mwangaza
Hello?
ingeficha pale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I see. But I'm
Unajua kuna nini nyuma yake white.
so, but I need
Mwite Joseph. No. No, huyu anakia kio sana.
na vile kumwambia tu akainde
Podium.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. Apologies for the late delay for starting. We have now reached our quorum and would like to begin. So maybe we can begin by a word of prayer from Mary.
people are approving that, I'm sure. So, karibuni sana. Our chairman is going to present, to do a presentation. Kindly don't be hard on him. We all live in the same estate, We don't live in different estates. So, feel free to ask any question you want to ask, and we are here to answer all your questions. Let us pray. Come to you. Thank you for bringing us here together, even those people who are online. About our estate, give us a good direction, and Lord help us to come up with solution to solve our issues. We pray that our meeting will be successful, and we ask this in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Mary. I think for those who have just joined us, there's still some tea. Maybe you can serve tea, then you sit down, Bwana Wayamo. So today we are here for the AGM and to come up with ways that we can improve the value of our property. So before we start, I'd like to invite our company secretary to take us through the program. Karibu sana Bwana Henry.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair, for this chance. My name is Henry Wamoya, the company secretary. I'm assisted by Zella Okalo. Can you please wave to the members? And at the back, I have two gentlemen, Anthony Lodenyo and Kelvin Dino. It's a pleasure once again to be here with you to discuss the affairs of the company and the estate. I'm not sure whether this is what I'm doing. But it's good. We are honored to be here with you, and we hope we can go through the agenda as we have listed it. So we will start with straight to the agenda, which is noting of the proxies and the quorum. We are pleased to say that some minutes before 10, we were more than the quorum of 50, either virtually, by proxy, or physically here, because we were more than 60. I believe more are joining us as we proceed with the meeting. So we are properly constituted, and we can conduct the business that is ahead of us. I'll dash to the next agenda, which is going through the notice. I believe the directors or the caretaker published this notice in a manner that you could access it. And I'll just go through it so that we can adopt it for the day. So the first one is what I've just done, noting the proxies and establishing a quorum. Then going through the notice convening the meeting. And then we'll go to the business of confirming the minutes of the previous meeting, which is the meeting we held last year, sometime in March 2024. After that, we will receive and consider the chairman's report. And subsequently, we will also hear the finance director on the financial statements. And the sixth agenda will be to appoint or elect new directors. I understand there would be 3 that will be joining the board. The seventh agenda is to appoint the independent external auditor and to give the board the mandate to determine their remuneration. We have agenda 8 and 9, which are related. The agenda 8 is amendment of the company's bylaws. This is an agenda that is coming up from the previous meeting. as well as the allotment of shares. So we will give you an update on where those two matters are. Last year you gave the go-ahead for the bylaws to be amended or to be improved and for the shares to be allotted. And then we will transact any other business that we have received any notice. We have not received any notice, but you know, the meeting is open. We can discuss any other business that is allowable to the members that are attending this meeting. So that is our notice. I believe that is what was sent to you, and we have not received any objections or additions to that. So allow me to go to the next agenda, which is on going through the previous minutes of the previous meeting. I hope that you have a copy, or a copy has been shared. I'll just go through them quickly. If you have any observations, concerns, or corrections, we can take them into account before we go to the business, the real business, which is the chairman's report and the financial statements. So last time we were here, it was on 23rd of March 2024. We were about 56 of us appearing physically, virtually, and by proxy. I took you through the proxies and the establishment of a forum. We started the meeting at 10:28, and as I've said, we were 56 of us, and Moses started off with a word of prayer. The agenda number 2 was a notice and agenda for the meeting. I read out the notice as I've done today. There were no issues that came out during that agenda item. Then we confirmed the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held in December 2022. Then we considered the chairman's report. The chairman's report, as you are aware, has many components which we have listed there. They range from finance, water, security, environment, lighting, STP, legal concerns, and economic issues. We went through all of those. I think of note, what came out strongly was the issue of water, which we have documented, and you gave the board some mandate to look into the issue of how you can improve on the water supply. And I believe there is a report today that will be made by the chairman concerning the investigation that has gone on the options that you intend to implement. Then we talked about the security and the environment, and external painting. I think there is an outstanding item here. I remember we were discussing about painting the houses externally, and I believe there is an action point from the board to report to this meeting what it suggests on that. Just to make you aware is that we had been unanimously agreed that the houses will be repainted by the end of this year, that is Q4 2025. We talked about street lighting and the generator, the STP. We also touched on the bad debts. We noted there were about 7 houses that had significant debts, and we also discussed how to collect those. The chairman also reported on economic issues, KPLC and fuel being the biggest cost drivers. He also mentioned the legal concerns, and these are the ones we discussed pertaining to allotment of shares and amendment of the bylaws. We'll give you an update on that when it comes to that. Those 2 agenda points. Subsequently, we talked about the financial statements. The director observed that the accounts were clean, in that the opinion that was given was true and fair view. The auditor took us through the financial statements in details in terms of the collections from service charge and the expenses. There were heated discussions because there was a proposal to increase the service charge from 5,000 to 7,000, and I believe unanimous decision was reached, and it was decided that that will not be the case at that point. Then the last agenda, the auditors were appointed again, and just to conclude, we have in our minutes summarized the decisions that were made in that previous meeting, and I'll just go through them because they'll be coming up during the presentation by the chairman. So the first one was to explore the issue of having the two water outlets, the fresh water from Machakos County Government and the borehole water. I think there has been some, as I said, some work that has gone into that, and it will be reported to the members. The second one was on the external painting. It was unanimously resolved that the houses will be repainted, and it was supposed to happen up until this last quarter of this year. The third one was that the repainting would be done every 10 or 11 years. And the other one was that the bylaws would be amended and the shares would be allotted. And as I can see here, the service charge was not supposed to be increased from 5 to 7. I believe those are the decisions that this meeting made last year. Then there was any other business. There was an issue of dumping, and the issue of the time for starting this meeting came up, and I can tell you that this year we've not made an improvement, but hopefully going into the future we'll be starting early, as it was raised by a member during that time. So those were the discussions that we had. I would propose that someone be kind enough to propose, and another member seconds that before we go to any corrections that we may have in the minutes. Kindly let's have a proposer. Thank you, Chairman. We have taken note. The Chairman has proposed. Do we have a seconder, kindly? Number 67 and number 11. Thank you very much. From that brief summary, are there any issues that you'd like us to amend from the minutes? Because they form a record of this meeting and the decisions.
I would like to just the amendment.
Yes.
It's not that service charge was the increment was rejected. It was agreed that we'll have a special AGM to look at it in detail. Yeah, which we didn't have.
That is noted. We will correct that. Anyone else with a comment, correction? I don't think there is anyone else who has a comment or a correction or any other contribution. So with that correction, we will finalize these minutes and have them signed, and our caretaker will be the custodian of the signed copy. So allow me to move to the next agenda point. I'm doing this fairly quickly because of the time. I believe some members have expressed that they may want to attend to other things in the afternoon. So let's go to the chairman's report. This is where all the issues are discussed in detail, and I will kindly request that you accord the chairman the time to present, and then we can ask and contribute after that. Thank you very much.
screen. Uko sawa? Sorry, they're just checking on the battery. Aionyeshe kwa screen. Okay. Once again, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Just to introduce the team of Delta Planes that we work with. That's the team. I'm Peter Wasonga, I'm the chairman. Mary Nduta, maybe they can just stand so that the new can see them. It's Mary Nduta, the vice chair. Eddie Oyona, our communication and events specialist. Then there's the STP director, Jonathan. Unfortunately, he's away. Thomas McKenney, finance director. Susan Onyango, our environment director. Anyango, sorry. Sharon Muelo, street lighting and the generator. And finally, Nick Karaoke, the guy who ensures that you are all safe, security director. So as a board, we would like to appreciate the fellow directors, our families, the caretaker Moses, and various stakeholders for giving us a chance to work together as a team during the financial year of 2024. Just a snap overview of how we performed last year. Collection again increased because of our water billings. However, our expenses went high by 93,000. Few challenges that we are facing is the rising cost, especially for electricity and fuel. I'll focus on that within the presentation. Unexpected breakdowns, unreliable cash supplies because people can pay a bit late. And the key issue, as you can see from that income and expenditure, the amount that we have been retaining since 2022 has been declining every year. 2022, we were able to saving at least 100,000 was remaining in the cash account. 2023, it came down to 34. Last year, we were operating at a minus. We ran our operations through the prepayment of some of you who pay quarterly, which is not a very good position to be in. And that's why you can see most of last year, there are no capital expenditures that we did because there's just no cash. Yeah. And the bottom line is we cannot continue this way. We can't be able to fund a lot of our operations through service charges. So as owners, we need to come together and to make sure that we increase the value of our investment and of our property. So that then, as a living resident, owner, or if you are renting it out, you're able to make your returns. Just a snap overview again of our major expenses. And here I just want to focus on electricity. From 2019, you can see how the electricity billing has gone from 183 to now we are paying around 324 on average every month, which is a 77% increment, whereas our service charge has remained constant for 10 years. Now in 2022, when we put the solar, that's when you can see our electricity billing went down slightly. However, the solar system has been having its challenges, and therefore it doesn't operate at its optimal level, and we'll be going through that in the next slides. Just a quick overview of our expenses in 2024. On average, as I've said, we are operating at a deficit. You can see for the 12 months, it was almost balanced. 6 months we were at a deficit, and the other 6 months we were at a small surplus. That's the status of our cash account, both fixed deposit and the current account. Yeah, it's around 300,000 remaining in that account, and there's 2 checks that haven't gone through. So at this rate, even if, God forbid, but the ball stops operating for 2 days, and you know the procedure that we always have, whereby Davis will come and visit, they take the pump to the workshop for analysis and so forth, will not be able to do the normal thing of buying water for 2-3 days because there's just no cash. Yeah. So let me go deep down into the various sections. Water, this is a key area, and as we had agreed last year, this water needs to be one of our USPs, so that's one of our sustainable standout, unique selling positions for Delta. The challenges that we have been having currently is that water, the borehole is our only source of supply of water. The solar system doesn't operate optimally. Sunvata has always been failing occasionally, and once the Sunvata fails, then the whole system shuts because now power will not be able to go through. Then as it is right now, we are not able to pump enough water. What we pump is just enough for our daily use. Previously, for some of you who have been directors and water directors before, would be able to fill in our reserve tank within 2 or 3 days. That now is taking us 2 to 3 weeks. Because once we shut water and divert it to the underground tank for 2-3 hours, you'll start hearing people already noticing that there's low supply. Yeah. So that's a key issue that we need to look at. So what are the achievements so far? We've changed the stabilizer so that power supply is now a little bit stable. We flushed the borehole to ensure that the debris and the water from there is coming out a bit cleaner. We have got now alternative suppliers because Davis at times takes a long time to do any services, yeah? Or they're in the business of selling pumps, which is the reality, yeah? So when the pump goes down, they'll tell you, let's buy a new one, yeah? But now we have been able to get suppliers who previously worked at Davis and get the same spares from Davis, and they're able to service for us the same pump. So for the last year, we didn't buy a pump as recommended by Davis, but we're able to service them from their previous technicians, and that has been doing very well, yeah. What then are we looking at as for the immediate solution? One, we need to carry out test pumping so that then we can test the pumping for a whole day, get to know how much we're able to produce per hour and how much we need. If we say that we need to get 10,000 liters per hour, which is 1 cubic, so that we pump within the 10-hour solar period, then through the test pumping, we'll be able to know which type of pump should we buy. Yeah. Right now, it will be guesswork and it will be just a waste of. So this remains as one of the first immediate things that we need to do. Secondly, we need to finalize our internal piping and connect Mavoko as we had agreed last time. Luckily, we have already concluded the connection and we are connected to fresh water at the moment. But we can't connect it because of our internal leakage. So we hope that by the end of this meeting today, we will agree on the costings for that internal plumbing so that that can be completed in the next 3 weeks, and then we'll be safe. Then finally, we need to buy a new pump that will be able to give us the volumes that are required. And then we need to then relook at our solar system. As I mentioned last year, 12 panels are in the shade, so it doesn't operate at an optimal level. Yeah, so we may need to, one, relocate those panels. Number two is to see, now with the new pump, do we need to add more panels or what? So that then we can be able to pump water with the solar as the first power supply. So this is just a recap of our losses. We are making, losing water within our piping of about valued at 77,000, now it's slightly higher. And we said that this should be addressed. So we have worked out with Mavoko, as I've said. The water is already connected. We have joined as a multi-dwelling estate. So they will be charging us 135 per cubic. We currently sell you the borehole water at 130 per cubic. So we will need to go up because we are buying water slightly more expensive. So we are proposing, one, is that our water billing now will move from 130 to 145 because we'll buy that water in bulk. Then it goes to our normal systems. In terms of the internal plumbing that we had agreed on, we have worked out, last year we presented and the cost was coming to between 3 and 4 million from the 4 suppliers. We've managed to engage one new supplier who has been able to bring down the cost to 2.4. Yeah. So divide that by 153 houses, each of us should pay 16,000 shillings. What is the difference in terms, or what improvements have we done in the internal plumbing system? One, we have introduced gate valves after every 2 lanes. So after every 20 houses, and on the driveway, which will be around 4 to 5 houses within the 2 lanes. So every 25. So there'll be a gate valve that only protects that lane. So in case of a breakdown, unlike now where we normally shut the complete place, we'll only be shutting the affected line, and the other houses should be able to survive. That's the first thing that we have changed. The second thing is that the fire hydrants that we have, and God forbid, we thank God that nothing has happened, they were connected to the EPZ water, because EPZ was initially meant to be our main source of water, yeah, and borehole was just a backup. So now with this new system that we are proposing, both the two lines, because we'll have, sorry, I missed this, huh? We agreed last time that we'll have two lines, fresh and borehole. And the third thing that we were meant to do in this internal piping was to create an internet duct, so that then we are not limited to an internet provider. So that has been factored in, yeah? And as I've put there, the internet duct is also provided. Duration cost, I've said 16,218 per owner. Duration, it will every owner will have an account with Mavoko. So that instead of buying it in bulk, it can just go directly and you deal with your own bills. Now, to overcome the challenges that we had last time, there'll be 2 meters. 1 meter at the normal place at Signature, and the other meter is inside our estate. Yeah. Before we connect the water, they will calibrate the meters so that they are the same. Readings are all at 00. So that then the meter for Mavoko out there should be able to correlate with ours when they are billing. And after some time, in 2 months, if they will not be aligned, that's when they will move that meter right opposite our gate, so that then if there's a leakage along the way, we don't have to argue that, no, that water was leaking along the way, it didn't reach our place, so it will be up, then we'll be at a better position. How are we proposing as a board that we fund this? For us to move together and as one, instead of someone saying, oh, me, I'll pay the 16 now, or I can pay it at this time. With the current economic challenges, we are saying we have this cash at our fixed deposit. So we get from there the 2.4, and then everybody, your service charge will be increased by this 16,000, and by December, everyone should have paid the normal service charge, including this 16,000. If you're able to pay it earlier, you can pay it in August or something, sorry, or in September, whatever someone is ready. And then just to differentiate the meters, is the account is that we are saying we'll deposit to the same account, but then for the water, you just add water. So if I'm paying 4,000 this next month for house number 67, I'll put my account 67 water and the 4,000 bob, so that it's easier. I'm moving a little bit faster because of the timing. In terms of security, we have had no major incidences. We had a challenge with the dog from JH, and we changed that now to SGA. The contract with JH expires in October, so we'll need to renew. We'll need to get another provider. The other challenge that we have there is electrical fencing. It's under contract. And then we have added a new alarm. We used to only have one alarm at the middle there, and the upper guys would hardly hear when the alarm trips on. So we have created another, we've installed another alarm at the water tank up there for the houses up. So what has been the challenges in terms of security is worn out electrical fence, as I've said, resulting to a lot of frequent repairs. The other one is uncooperative residents and owners who at times have their issues with the security guards, yeah, which is something that I think we need to improve on and work on it, and then overspeeding by residents. What's the way forward? We are in the process of starting tendering for a new service provider for security from next month. And then long term, we are looking at separating alarm from the guard, so that at no time will you have an internal security arrangement breach where there's been a robbery, you press the alarm, they tell you gari ilikuwa Kitengela, and then they come after 1 hour. But when they are from separate providers, they're able to checkmate, and there's no way that you can get, you reduce the chances of having internal agreements. For environment, I would like the environment director to take us through this area, because the cost of painting was handled by the environment committee. So instead of me doing a top line, then she comes and takes us through the painting costs. Let me let Susan Anyango take us through this, then I take over. Yes, it's the next slide after this.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's still morning. Okay, so I'll take you through environment. So which some time back, I think Eddie requested us to volunteer to just give out a seat if you have that can be put in the garden, but we haven't gotten any. So I'm just challenging you. If you can provide a seat to equip the garden, we will appreciate. We've had an environment audit by NEMA, and we passed the audit. We are complying to the regulations as pertaining to the environment. We've been planting trees, flowers, fruit trees in and outside the estate, just to keep the estate green. We've partnered with the South Park to repair the curb road leading to our estate. You've seen some repairs that were done in the last few months. We've had some challenges because of our harsh climatic conditions around this area of Sabaki and Mavoko in general. So sometimes some trees have not performed very well. Like we did the palm trees outside the gate, you can see they're struggling. And we were even thinking of whether we need to replace them with something else, because it's been, I think it's almost a year now, and they're not doing very well. External limitations when working outside, e.g. We have to deal with the county and the Kenya officials. Sometimes you have cases of residents not adhering to the estate rules in terms of pets and waste disposal. We've had people throwing waste all over. We tried and installed waste bins inside the estate, but you still find some errant fellas throwing waste all over or interfering with the plants or trees that have been planted. It could be residents, it could be the children, but at the end of the day, we all stay in that estate and we need to be responsible and make the best out of it. Sometimes we have uncooperative residents interfering with the environment. So I'll move on to the issue of painting that was put under the environment. If you look at that photo, that is just an example of one of the houses, but a number of houses have their walls deteriorated in terms of the paintwork, and it affects the value of the estate. Like when you're bringing a tenant and you're showing them the house and the house looks like this, even your bargaining power goes down. So we agreed last year that we need to repaint the houses, especially the wall that has the plastered wall, the plastered walls. The painting is not limited to the plastered wall because we also have the gutters need to be replaced with good ones. We have the keyed stone walls that may need to be repainted. Then we have the roofing. I've seen some owners have gone to the extent of painting their roofing and it looks very nice. Congratulations. So we said we'll start with the walling, and we managed to look at 4 quotations. We looked at Plascon, Duracoat, Crown Paints, and Galaxy. And this is how we ended up. So out of the 4 companies, we ended up with, they are around the same range, but of course we got a cheaper one. So Crown appears to be cheaper than the rest. So if you divide by the number of units that we have in the estate, we are ending up with 24,375 per house. And that's the cost that we need to look at in terms of repainting our houses. I'm calling it phase 1 because it is not everything on the house. This is just the wall, and we'll be using the soft white. Then probably in the next AGMs, we can decide to proceed and do the roofing and probably replace the gutters. Again, some owners have gone ahead and replaced their gutters. If you go to the people who have done the plastic gutters at the front, you can see that it looks really nice if you compare with the old Mabati ones that we had when we bought the houses. They have deteriorated, they are no longer modern, and these are the things that affect your bargaining power even when you're bringing a new tenant. Next, oh, this is the breakdown. I think I had hidden the slides, okay. Yeah, like I said, other areas for consideration is the stone, the roofing, and the gutters. I think that's it. Any question? Oh, the questions are later. Okay.
I know there are people who will
Thank
say
you.
they have painted, but the key thing here is not just which paint. The best paint, because of where we are, is the weather guard with silicone. Those are the ones that you'll find these manufacturers are giving us 10 years lifespan warranty and so forth. So that would be the best, so that we keep doing it every 10 years. Yeah. Now, in terms of street lighting, what have we done in terms of street lighting and generator? We've maintained generator is under contract. Most of the bulbs that we use for the street lighting were going off after a year or 2 years, and they were going for 15,000. So we decided to be importing them from, there's a variant that we have got, a link that we got from the street lighting director, Sharon. So we have been importing them at around, at 70% of the cost, around 8,000 landed. And so far, the ones that we did last year have been able to push the whole year. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, but the lifespan is over 3 years. Yeah, and then additionally, we've also lit the dark spots, especially there at the entrance. Guys used to be marked, or people used to previously hide below that big tree and the flowers there at the gate. So that is now well lit. So what is the challenge? Rising cost of energy has been the issue. Of course, we still have our challenges of solar street lighting going off at 8 o'clock, and we can't get the batteries and replacing them. The other things, as I've said, they replaceable batteries for the lights, and then expensive generator maintenance cost. Yeah. What we have done is that we have gotten another supplier for the generator, so we are testing him with maintaining for us the street lighting generator, because at least we can't move away from the current supplier for the generator at the borehole, because that's our lifeline. Yeah, so that is still under Blackwood, but we are trying out with a new person. Then we'll see how the costing would go. STP, so far the maintenance has been good. The previous year, I know we had a breakdown sometime. The discharge, again, we got NEMA approvals. Challenges, the same as has always been. Few experts in terms of the sewerage plant. People disposing of other items within the sewer line, and conflict of interest with the local community around when the discharging. As a way forward, we replaced one blower. The second blower is also almost due for replacement. Yeah, maybe within the year or by next year. The previous blower, we got it in at around 900,000. So replacing this other blower will be thereabout or slightly more. Last year, again, this issue of our fixed deposit and the return on investment, because from the banking, people felt that we are not getting enough interest from the fixed deposit account. So when we looked around, it's true that the money market is offering good interest of 15%. So maybe it would be good to have an ad hoc committee that has both members of the board and owners, so that then we can come up with the proper structures of how part of it can be invested in the money market, and we have got a higher return, and the interest can be used for some investments. We don't live alone, and some of the things happening around us will affect the value of our property. Next door, the developer has started clearing his land. The owner of that land is Ederman Properties. Of course, they are having a dispute with the previous owner in terms of ownership and so forth. But Ederman has been known to build apartments. Great Wall, this one at Beijing Road, the other one on the other side. So you are looking at, with that 10 acres of his, he can do even apartments of 2,000, 3,000, like phase one. Phase one is a Great Wall Garden phase one. I don't know, there are 2,000 houses or how many, yeah? It's a village on its own. You won't even know when someone tells you ameenda Mombasa lakini yako block. Huko, hamutakutana. Yeah? So, and once such apartments come next to our place, of course it will affect the value of the property. Yeah. So we are still observing, and then we'll also be engaging Kara and the neighborhood people. So far, we are told that that area shouldn't be for apartments, but it's something to look out for. Yeah. The other thing is at least the fencing that we did on the other side with South Park has helped us protect that area. If you look around from Sheshe Gardens to Valley View, there are a lot of car washes that have come back Signature Mall. Yeah. So we need to protect that area so that now those guys cannot get rid of those car wash guys. Yeah, because they are supported by the MCA and so forth. So we need to see how do we protect this place. Already, you can see people are now selling even chickens there. We are the customers. So the power is in our hands. It is us, South Park, ndio tunanunua matunda hapo, kuku, whatever. If we decide the customer is not buying there, the customers are going to Mlolongo, those guys will move their business to Mlolongo. Yeah. So it's us to see how well can we fight this battle with velvet gloves without interfering with them so much, but slightly. But what we are looking at is to now engage other stakeholders. I mean, you can talk to Total. We see if some of those Uber guys can be parking there, you know, some things that we can be able to do. Yeah, because once guys start doing their small businesses there, it's a taxi parking yard and all that, it will just be a mess for all of us. So that's something that we are looking at. And we would ask that once we have sat even with other stakeholders and we agree, let's together come up with ideas that will help us protect our property value. Then we have been having a request from St. Bakita. Most of our children go to St. Bakita. And in most areas where she has a school, they have partnered with the estate, where there's a small camp gate for the children to walk to school. Yeah. So she has approached us with that proposal. There are two owners who are willing to create an access from their backyard. Yeah, because it's not common area. There's one, number 48. Tony is willing to create an access, and he won't charge your children to pass through his place. So if we agree together, we can then engage them further, because with these harsh economic times, we will save on our transport. And also it will be good when you are renting your house, we are next to a school and the residents are able to just walk to school. So it even lets the children even just exercise as they walk there. Of course, there will be security during the opening and closing of the gate, early morning and later in the afternoon, provided by the school. But this is something that together we need to see. I don't think it will affect the value of our property. It will be even a good, unique selling point, because once the children are there, they can just walk to school. So you'll be able to say, by my house, there's water, good security, a school is nearby, the mall is nearby. So we'll be able to market Delta nicely. And this guy is not charging. It will be him who watoto watakuwa napanga line there passing his place, and he doesn't have a problem because he has to pay even him transport for 3 children. Yet he's just bordering the field. Yeah. So if we are in agreement, we'll be able to pass this and engage these stakeholders further. In terms of the other legal issues, I know, do you want to update now or after? So Henry will update after. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been open. We have told you our bank status. We have told you how we operate. Unfortunately, we do not have the special AGM last year as was expected. We have shown you how the economic situation is. I know even your shopping basket has increased For 10 years, we have been at the same position. We need to move up. We need to move up. We are proposing so that we can move up and stay there for some time. We are proposing to go up from 5 to 7.5. Now, if you look at the initial slides, you can see that we make around 300,000 from the borehole water. Now, we'll not have that, because between borehole and fresh, which one would you prefer? Most people will go for fresh. Your clothes won't fade. Sufuria, there are some people who are allergic, their skin, watoto. So it is better to go for fresh. But there is that already, that hole that will be created. So our proposal is to move up to 7.5. And we stay there hopefully for 10 years or more, as has been. So thank you very much for your time. Together, let's continue to make Delta a better place for us and our residents, and to increase the value of our investment. As usual, I like closing such meetings with resolutions that us, as owners, we have agreed A, B, C, D. Otherwise, we'll come here and we waste our time, and we don't move. So for us to continue having our investment as required, to be able to attract residents, I know most of the non-occupied owners, I think rent moved from 50, it used to be 50, now we are at 70, thereabout. So I'll hand over to Henry so that then we can pass resolutions after the Q&A on these issues. Water, we need to have solutions, and all these other issues. Lastly, I think I forgot something. On the issue of our common area, all of you have your titles for your houses and the compound. We still don't have these common area titles. And you know, currently there are a lot of land issues all over with this regime, nini. Someone can today, our neighbor there, can today say he wants to put a gate, that house next to the water tank. He can say he wants to put a gate kwa hii common area, your driveway. We don't have a title. I don't know. So hopefully this year, next year, that's one of the key challenges that we need to sort out. So let's get the titles of these common areas. Asanteni sana for your time. As I hand over to Henry, we can take the Q&As and then we close with these resolutions. We've done our part, as agreed last year, on water, on the painting, things that will make our property value to increase. So you can take Santeni.
Thank you, Chair. And because your presentation also included the legal component, allow me to discuss the legal update under the Chairman's report in the interest of time, so that we can discuss it together as we discuss the issues that the Chairman has raised. The first update was on the amendment of the bylaws. As I read here, it was agreed that we should amend the bylaws to improve and to make them at par with what we are having in the modern world. We have engaged the board throughout the year, and we are at the stage where we are discussing the various amendments. So we just need a few more meetings to conclude on all the areas that we need to review. So in the next, I think we've given ourselves a deadline of about 3 months to agree on the final and then share it with the members for their comments and approval. So we'll expect hopefully by September, August, we should be done with that process. The other one is on the issue of the allotment of shares. We had also agreed that all the homeowners will be will be registered as shareholders in the records at the company's registry. We are still work in progress. I'll invite my assistant Zella to give us the figures. You will note that we've not performed quite well, but we hope after this meeting we can commit to provide the necessary documents so that we can complete that process. It's important because I've been dealing with some instances from members who want to transfer and they're being asked, why are you not a member of the company, or you know, you're not a shareholder. Zella, kindly come and present the figures so that we can finish that update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, when the company was formed, the developers were initially the shareholders and directors. Then when we came in, we did a restructure or changes in the company in 2022. And at that point, there were changes in directors and shareholders. So at that point, we managed to transfer or allot shares to 5 members. And after that, last year, we had agreed, like Henry said, we were supposed to allot shares to homeowners. There are 154 homeowners. And out of 154, we've only received 23. So 23 plus the initially allotted, that will be 28. So that means we have not received from 126 members. You can see that is very low, and we encourage members to keep on sharing their details. I think we shared the list with everyone, what we need. The personal details like ID number, house number, phone numbers, emails, we share with our emails. We share to our emails, mine and Henry's. So we'd encourage at least we meet maybe even 50 members, 70, so that at least. But we've lodged the ones that we received their details. We've already lodged with the BRS. It's under review, but still we encourage everyone to submit their documents so that we can proceed and finalize. Because 28 for 1 year, it's been 1 year. 23 is such a low number. Yeah.
Thank you, Zella, for that. As she mentioned, the documents are just quite easy, ID, pins, and information that we just generally get via email. With that, we'll be able to proceed and close that particular issue. I want us to go back to the chairman's report. Before we start discussing it, could we kindly have a proposer and a seconder? Just state your house number.
Caroline Munda, number 3.
Thank you, Caroline. And a seconder?
71. House 71.
Thank you. Thank you for seconding the chairman's report. Yes, so we can open the chairman's report to discussions. Members are free to raise any issues, concerns, and chairman is resting, but he's the one who's supposed to be here with his team interacting with you. So I'll invite him again so that he can respond to any queries or concerns. There are some particular ones that involve money and can see his team has done some work. They have involved third-party or suppliers, and we'd want to discuss them and make resolutions and move on. So you can raise any of those concerns if you have questions, so that we can address them. Thank you.
We are ready to take some questions. I mean, those who are online can also type their questions, and then we'll be able to respond to them.
So, thank you very much, Wana Chair. And first of all, very good work in terms of what you and the team have achieved. Quite a bit of work you've done with the limited resources. There are some things I agree. Only that I will want to propose a different way that we can probably achieve the same. If you look at the water conservation, it's very critical that we get the fresh water. And I noted that we are being charged 135, proposing 145. My thinking will be, why don't we even take it to 155? But then affect the service charge less. Idea is, if you look at our books, there are quite a bit of defaulters. There are few, but with heavy balances. My fear is when we load the increment on service charge, those defaulters will continue thriving in our environment, and we are losing, every day we are losing power in terms of recovering of those debts. So I will actually suggest we plan to collect more through water, even if it's fresh. We don't charge like for like, because there'll be non-revenue water. We will lose water. Yes. Yeah. So if we charge 135 and they're charging us 135, we will lose. So why don't we charge higher on water and probably be a bit softer on moving the service charge up? That is one. I have a few other items. For me, that water conservation is priority. The 16,000 that we need to spend to bring it to life is priority. I feel like painting, we should deprioritize it. Why? Because if I do my quick math, painting my house will cost me less than that 24,000 with the same paint, same quality. There are a few houses that probably have been painted. My house is painted. I paint my house. So I feel it will be a bit unfair for me to spend 24,000 painting my house. I'd rather spend 16,000 sorting out my water. The other item I wanted to mention is on STP, the conversation around the blower. It will hit us very soon. As opposed to spending money on that painting again, we'll rather start planning for that blower. And the reason I say this is because I stay on the lower side of the estate, and we know what happens when that blower is messed up. Yes. We also know, and let's be honest guys, we normally shut down sometimes for it to rest, simply working. So those are priorities that we need to look at as opposed to painting the estate. I appreciate, but I would rather we encourage members to paint their house, then you the mic is playing. We use the common funds to sort out the pain points, which is water, STP, and to some extent even the playing ground for kids. If you look at, I'm happy to see the paint. We are regrowing the grass, but even the slides there are a bit dangerous for the kids. So those are some of the things we need to prioritize. A few questions I have on, as we do the water, are we going to lift the cabro? That just a question as a by the way. And number two, how shall we make sure that we replenish that fixed deposit once we utilize it? But I'm total support on the water conversation. I think we need to prioritize STP and deprioritize painting. Those are my comments.
Please give us house number.
Number
Around, yeah. Or maybe let's tackle two things, because he has tackled quite a number. We know where we tackle water.
The way you just presented there, it was a very nice presentation. Water, this, we finished. The other one.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Right structure.
So let me take you back to
That's my suggestion.
anyone with a contrary. Okay, any other comments on water? Yes.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My house is number 84. Former chair, former environment director, so I think my house and my family, we've served this estate to the fullest, without any gap. Well done to the board. Public service without return. It's not easy for those who have been there. And my advocacy has been, if we get all homeowners to serve, then we will understand the issues this estate is facing. So my issue on the water, I'm just looking at the financial impact, which will undertake as homeowners. So when you look at our income, which we are getting from the board, last year we made almost 4.4 or 4.5 million, which 373. Now, that water, so that water has value right here. So that water has the owner's consumption and the common use. So we do not even quantify how much water we are using for plants, for environment, inside and outside the estate. But based on the amount we service ourselves and having the advantage of having both within the estate, it has been an income. Now we are shifting to Mawasco. Now you're proposing every homeowner to increase the service charge to 75 baht. Now when you do an average of the cost every house has been bearing, when you put the income from the service charge and the water, it's around 77. It's around 7,400. Now when we abandon the Mawasco borehole, we increase our service charge to 7,500. There is no water cost for the homeowners in that 7,500, right? So remember, if you go to the Mawasco, it will cost 7,500 plus the water bill. Vis-a-vis, we are abandoning an investment which we have in our borehole. So can we go in a progressive way? Let's fix and ensure all the infrastructure solutions there has been done. Because this borehole has been an income to this estate. The service charge just pays security and maybe Bambogo. And then the other costs are run by the water. Now we are not going to have as much revenue from this water. So the well-being of the resident, whether you are homeowner or the tenant living, their monthly cost is going to be up. And we are here saying we are cautious of the economic times. So as we are looking at priorities, for STP is a big priority. For me, I'm looking at how can we just eradicate any costs around STP. Then we move to water. Then we move to all other priorities. Because these things are depreciating, but there's a priority. So that we don't also chase the existing tenants. If a tenant is spending, if you have been doing 20 units a month at a cost of 140 or even 150, and then you tell this person is going to add another 7,500 every month, how much is that a month? So I'm looking at it at also the interest of the people living in the estate. What does this water, is it a good evil or is it a bad evil? And I'm sure the previous administrations have been looking at this Mawasco water, and no one has ever gone. I've even seen a cost to the fresh water, which I haven't opened in my tap. But again, if we are sure the 7,500 which we are proposing, I mean, we should not increase a lot of cost at the expense of an asset which the estate has. It should not, we should have a balance. Rather than you can't tell someone every month 10,000 or even 20,000. Most people pay for 6,000 a month water at 130. Now it's going to be 155 times. And then our common areas, what the Mavasco, who will take care of the common areas of that Mavasco water? How much quantity and money are we spending? So I think the financial analysis, we need to consider the well-being of the person living there. So not to increase the cost very steep. We understand the costs have increased, income are not growing, but again, how do we balance so that the well-being of our residents, whether you are a homeowner or tenant, it's not really skewed to spending much. Otherwise, we'll chase all the tenants and say that's an estate where you are paying 70,000, but you have extra 10,000 on top of the other costs. That's my contribution.
Any more comments on water?
I think I'll stand since I'm short. I could have done like my colleague did, all of them together, but now I'll do water only because that's what you have agreed. Now, on the fresh water, which is at 16,000, if we do the new piping of the fresh water, my question was, what would we be saving vis-a-vis how much? How much are we, when you use the borehole water, what is the cost per house, so that we see, because of the cost of repairing and everything, if we get this fresh water, it will be better. But anyway, there's a benefit of getting the fresh water. Now, sometimes back in on the Mtandao, I had seen, I had gotten, or I picked some information whereby they said we have a lot of, anytime there's a breakage or there is a problem with house number, anyway, on the lower side or on the upper side, water has to be locked at the main gate valve, isn't it? And when someone asked, they were told that you don't have other gate valves to control, such that if there's a water being repaired, and this is just mentioning for this discussion, assuming you're repairing house number 10, we close water at the main gate. As next time there's a problem in house number 80, we close water at the main gate. The information that I picked there, or the answer that was given to that one, is that the developer did not put any gate valves. And so the same piping that was there is the same one that is here. Still, at the same time, someone said with that piping, there's a lot of seepage or loss of water. Is it true? Is it true that we have a lot of water loss from there's a lot of water loss coming from the borehole on that seepage? So when I saw this fresh water 16,000, I was like, why don't we do this? If we are going to go for this piping of the new fresh water, as in assumption if we agreed that we're going to do this one, why don't we do even, because they'll still do the mitaros, isn't it? Chances are they're going to pass, or the pipes are going to pass the same place or almost the same place, getting to each and every house. Why don't we use that one at the same time, so that we save on cost and excavation and everything? We redo that piping so that we also save the amount that is lost through seepage. So,
I've not got you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Today.
Okay.
I've been here since. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the same thing. I'm just saying, if as we get the fresh water, we can do the gate, we can put the gate valves, number one. We can also do repiping so that we save that water that is lost through seepage.
Yes.
Okay. That's on the water. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Oh, house number 59.
Anyone else on water, so that I handle it at once? The last one. Or maybe let me handle these three. Then we agree on how I would like to tweak it a little. Sorry, I was just consulting because of two things. And allow me to answer two issues, then we go back to one. Yeah, we go back to the main problem that we have. What I was consulting is, we had already passed, we need fresh water. Okay. Now, we are the same people who can reopen it for discussion, but we want to go back and forth. So we either will have to sit here and again make another resolution and say, do we need that fresh water first? Yes, no, we vote. Finish. So we are going back to that fresh water, okay? Because there are two things. We are not discontinuing the borehole. The borehole, as per the design, it's a backup, but it was not the main line. You can see even the fire hydrants are not on the borehole. They're on the EPZ line because that was meant to be our main line, okay? So we are bringing back fresh water as our main line. And as homeowners, you need two sources of water. It doesn't make sense to have one source of water. The second thing, we need to be able to differentiate, okay? Do we want to keep borehole water, yeah? So you are consuming secondary water to some extent because so that then we don't pay the extra 1,000 shillings above on service charge, and that is what you will be paying on. You see the way our uniform of St. Bakita turned from red to pink because of washing, and so forth. So we need to agree on one thing. Do we still need the fresh or no? That will be one resolution that we need to pass. Just to take the questions, starting with Anne, we are redoing a complete parallel piping. So it's a new line that will have both a line for fresh and a line for borehole. Okay. I don't know why they have removed the other slide, but we are losing around 1 million shillings. It's 100,000. It was 70 last year. Now it's around 90 something every month on the piping, water that is lost. Yeah, of course, there's a small percentage of that we don't bill that goes to the gardening and so forth. But it's a small amount, okay, that is there. Part of that leakage is again making us run the borehole longer, increase your electricity bill, yet you are losing water. So our expenses are still up and we are losing, okay? So the line that we'll be doing will address, I put it there. There'll be two lines. It will address the issue of gate valves. Instead of shutting the whole complex as we do right now, we'll be shutting every 2 lanes. So if it is my house 67, I will only affect your house 59 up, that lane, and my lane. But the third lane going down and all the rest will have their water kawaida. Yeah? So that is one solution that we'll be sorting. Number 2, our fire hydrant, luckily, we have not had any emergency. Yeah? But they're just there because they were put on the EPZ line that is no longer working and doesn't have water. So if there's a fire, and God forbid, those things will not work because the borehole line is not able to supply that hydrant. That's what we want to sort in this line, yeah, in this new line. So in this new line, we are sorting the issue of fresh, we are sorting the issue of the leakage, we are sorting the issue of gate valve, the fire hydrant, and also the internet duct. Okay? I think I agree with Oyamo's issue. Yes, water is important as you had passed last time, so that is fine. On the issue of rates, again, it's a good suggestion, and I think it's a resolution that we put at the end that we'll have to vote. Yeah, we move it. We were proposing 145. If we move it to 155, the better. Yeah, so it will bring down the rest lower. I think those were the issues to do with water that have come, I think. Yeah? Yeah? there are two things that we have to look at when we are looking at, one, our borehole, I don't have it here, eh? The borehole only bill. No, the borehole bill only, that has cumulative electricity, eh? Borehole bill only is around 150. Borehole bill of electricity. So if we go to Mavosco, our amount of electricity bill of 300,000, we will not pay it. That's one thing that we have to consider. Here. So this 300,000 will come down by 150,000 already. So what we will be, the gap from the 300 that we make from there will be that 150 only. So that's the catch-22 between. As a homeowner, as a resident, fresh water is better. As a business person who is renting, when you have two sources of water, the better.
I mean, the borehole is self-sustaining. Whatever it is bringing, whatever people are paying on the water, that cost is sustaining the expenses of that borehole. So we need to look at how much income have we been getting from borehole alone to the residents or to the homeowners. How much expenses have we been sorting out with that income borehole water is bringing? And remember, these costs are not every month the same rate. So they vary. So that's why I'm asking, if you come and tell me increase my service charge to 7,500, and then I have a bill from Mawasco of 4,000, or even it's going to be 5,000, because currently I pay between 3,000 to 4,000 at 130. We are here proposing around 150. So it's going to be almost 7,000. I have not factored in my personal electricity bill, which is KPLC is also working out. So you're just making my monthly expenses higher. At the expense of my life was okay with the borehole water. Fine, everyone wants fresh water. No one is disputing that. But at what cost is this fresh water coming to the pain of our pockets? That is what I expected to see. The mathematics we've done from the borehole and the mathematics we've done from the income we are getting. Number two, what is the cost of repairing the existing pipeline, which has leakages, compared to the cost of having a new pipeline altogether? Have we done that analysis also? So that when you come and tell us, add this, contribute 16K, contribute whatever, then it's clear. This is what we are contributing towards. Thank you. That's what I needed to know, the financial implication.
Thank you, Chair and the board, for good work. I want to add on what Madam Chair, former Chair, has talked about. Financial implications. When we go to our borehole, it takes care of our borehole electricity. Am I right? It also takes care of STP, electricity bill. Also takes care of the reserve that take care of the repairs of all that. So when we go to Mavoko, it means we are paying Mavoko 130 shillings. Ours will be just 25 shillings that we have increased there. Will it be enough to pay all these bills? For me, no. Then when we increase our charges to 7.5, 7,500, we have some guys who cannot even pay the 5,000. Does it mean that those who pay will carry the cross-year, our wengine who are not able to pay? So we need to put priority on maybe taking care of the plumbing infrastructure first within the estate, even before we think of Mavoko. Not because we don't want the fresh water, but when you look at the financial implications, it will be higher, too much such that within 3 months, we'll be forced to stop it. Thank you.
Peter, I'm answering on the water. Is it okay?
Before you start answering, can I just contribute something?
Okay.
Gives you the I think I want to say something because I've been chairman and I agree with what you're saying. The only perspective I want to bring out is we put two. Those options are available. There's ball and there's fresh. The reason why I actually proposed a higher rate for Mawasco, the fresh water, is so that we load a margin on it such that it will be more attractive for a resident to use that borehole water than the Mawasco. You only use it when you have a newborn and you need fresh things and all those. That way we strike a balance between the two such that we have to anticipate how can we sustain water bowsers and breakages of the borehole at some point if we have 300,000. If such a thing was to happen, we are not trapped. We still have the fresh water to use. However, we run the two in parallel. We cannot kill borehole source because it has financed us for the many years that we've been here. But it is good to have that safety net of the fresh water, but make it unattractive by charging a higher figure, such that if you use it, we make money. There's a possibility that if we lose that water to leakages, we still have a buffer to cover that leakage. And therefore, when you look at that, financial analysis that you're talking about, I actually did some maths, and you'll realize that that 25 shillings I'm talking about will be almost sufficient to cover the 150K we are losing from the borehole. I am convinced, because I actually did the math and I saw it will actually somehow balance. The only thing we must make sure we let the two sources be available to home users and make the one that we want to generate money from cheaper. Yeah.
So Peter, borehole is 370
One more thing. Suppose guys do not pay for these Mavoko bills, who will collect that money? You know, for borehole, at least we have our Francis here. Still, there are some things that we need to think of.
I think let us be on the same page first, Frida. Let's all be on the same page. It's like we are not on the same page. We are not on the same page. Either you guys were not here from the beginning, we are going back and forth. We are buying that water from Mavoko in bulk. So it is still Wambogo and Nani to Belas, Kawaida. Phase 2 is when it will be connected independently, okay, to those who need. But for now, we are starting with bulk. See, who can align, see, there are two lines. Use Mavoko, use borehole.
Yeah, maybe she wasn't. Were you in the estate when it was starting? No, not in a bad way, because we used to get two bills, one for EPZ and one for borehole. So still, they are going to run. You can switch off the EPZ.
Well, yes.
But let me just, because I have the mic, I can just do my calculations here.
Yeah.
Borehole income, water billing is 4.4 as of last year. When you divide maybe by 154 houses per month, by 12, 154 houses, then you divide by 12 per month, you will notice that the income was relatively 2396, which is 2400 per month. So you factor that has been removed and say 100 bob or 200 bob went to electricity, 2200. Then you will see what the board has done, has tried to pump that cost in the service charge. In other words, you get the option of fresh water, but also service charge is there to cater for that, and you'll be covered. So yes, things will go up, but that's what I'm looking at and understanding that way. Just trying to break it down for everyone.
Mary, you wanted to answer?
Water is charged on consumption.
So I'm answering on behalf of so we're not getting rid of the borehole water. The borehole doesn't make any profit as we speak. We charge you, yes, but the expenses of the borehole are too much. If we were to write all of them down, I think McKenny would get rid of me here. So, do you count the number of times that borehole breaks down? Every month we pray that it doesn't break down, because if it breaks down, we'll have to bring Wambogo, how many Bowsers? 20? 28 Bowsers in one day for all of you to stop complaining I'm not getting water. So you see, so before we diagnose what is a problem, before we fight with Davis, is another 1 week. So say 28 Bowsers, one Bowser costs around 10,000 shillings, 10 or 11, 12,000, 5,000. So 5,000 times 28, then times, we have said 5,000. Okay, fine, multiply by 1 week. Then we have to also pay Davis for coming and to do their report, and also to diagnose and tell us what we need to buy. So it's not that we are getting rid of the borehole water. We just need a parallel water supply that will bring the borehole costs down. And if you choose to use the borehole, we have no problem. You can still use it, but also consider the costs that are included in doing all this work. So it is you to choose. And we are not saying that borehole is the only. Yes.
Like running into a loss. The amount we collect from the borehole vis-a-vis all these issues of fixing it, the pump issue and all that, when you do the math, does it end up having a deficit or?
Yeah, it does a deficit.
We have a deficit?
Yes, because of electricity. Yes, but are you considering the electricity that it uses? We are not being emotional, and numbers don't lie. And that is what we are saying. We are not refusing you to use borehole. But as for me, for that borehole to run, we need to put it, like now we need to invest in a proper working solar system. The solar system that is there is not working well. So, you see, it's also a cost that we'll need to invest in.
I think, I think what she's asking, just thanks for your response. I think what she's asking, she expected maybe a financial expression of, or that's what they are actually asking. They're saying, fine, we are going to change this. What has been the financial implication for when we are using the borehole? Isn't that what you're asking? Actually, they are not saying no. Is that what, you're not saying no to this. They're not saying this, they're saying, fine, we can get the fresh water, that's fine. But can we also see the cost? Because one, and Harsh is also trying to say, there's the cost of running the generator, electricity. So by putting the fresh water, we are saving cost on the generator. These ones also want to see how much will we be saving when we put this. Is that one clear, Bwana Chairman?
I think that
I'm
is
just trying
clear.
to simplify so that we.
I think it's fine, so that we make progress.
Yes.
Our finance director can take water as a cost center, and we do the maths, and we try and analyze it, so that we do a P&L for that and see, However, we can't be able, at the moment, we don't know where it leaks. So there's no way we can start repairing that. We don't know where it leaks. It will mean that for 1 week, tunatafuta, you are evacuating, removing, and checking. So you'll need to buy that water. So it is cheaper to do a parallel line, because that is the solution. Then, as the line is being done, you are still getting your normal borehole supplies. Yeah. So I think we can leave it that you do cost analysis. Yes, yes.
I think I agree with Bwana Chairman. A homeowner has expressed the fact that we are on the same page. I think that it comes out clear. I think what the homeowners want is a cost-benefit analysis that will enable them to see the alternatives they are getting into. So I don't think that cost-benefit analysis is what the executive committee can work on and share with the members.
Okay. So we are finished with water, eh?
Excuse me. Just on water, so that we don't go back and forth, on the agenda of water, is there a decision we want to make now? So
there are two decisions that we'll make at the end. Number one is a resolution on whether we want to wait for the analysis, because we have agreed we'll do some cost center analysis of that costing, okay? Number two is, as that is going on, do we proceed? Because we will want both fresh and borehole to be there, so that we'll make a decision that yes, we do the analysis. However, it doesn't stop the process. Those are the two things that we'll want to agree on, yeah? And we vote on it and move on.
Excuse me. Can I request, when you're giving out your opinion, to say the house number first? Thank you.
Yes. Chair, I think the most important thing we can do with this water now is to do our piping. First, to repair everything. Then after that, we can see the way forward.
Now, Frida, that is the cost of 15,000 is for doing the piping. And that's what we agreed last time.
Ya Mavoko ama ya nini?
Zote mbili leaking. So we'll sort out our problem of the leakage. So if you want your borehole water, it won't be leaking. Okay? So we'll have less losses, power will go down, wear and tear of the pump. Then for Mavoko, those who want, it will be a new one-line pipe. Okay, so that's why I'm saying at the end of it, the resolution will be, yes, let's sort out the internal piping. So that goes on as we still do the other analysis.
So, Chair,
can we move from water?
Final Chair. So are we currently paying any cost to Mavoko?
Which cost?
I'm just asking, because I saw some water expenses on the sheet. So is there any cost we are incurring?
Which sheet?
Now, I think I've seen some water.
There is a bill of 92,000 that we have to pay for the connection and the piping repairs that they did. Okay.
I've seen 250.
From where?
Water. establishment costs, page 13. Or is it the Bowser Water or?
Those are water Bowser. I think the auditor and finance will come to it. Huh?
No, but is it, we are not paying anything to Mavoko every month?
We will pay 92,000.
Yes.
Because they have already connected water, that we have to pay.
Okay.
Okay. Then those who will be on fresh water, fine. But we have to pay that 92. But we don't have any other billings.
Okay. So the 92 is once off?
It will be a one-off.
Okay.
Yes. Then plus the 16 for the 2 lines that we'll be doing. So we close water, we'll vote on it and pass the resolution. The other question was on STP. I think on painting, I think we can vote on it. I agree that because the borehole will be coming and the other expenses, we can defer it to next year. I think that is fine. But again, it was a resolution item that we can vote on and maybe just tweak it that we move it to next year so that people can use their funds right now for these other projects. Any other questions?
Number 2, can we move as you had presented? The slides in your report. Yes, we have finished on the fresh water. Then we go. The next one was new water per cubic. I don't know whether it's a proposal to increase the charges or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please tell us about it. Number 2.
We'll be buying that water from Mavoko at 135.
Okay.
Okay. And as I've said, it's bulk purchase. Okay. Bulk purchase for now. So if we get it at 135, our rate is currently is 130. We can't sell it at 130. So we had proposed to move it to 145. Wanoyamo, a member, has proposed, let's make it 155. So when we come to the resolutions here, it's part of the resolution item that I wanted us to vote on. Yeah, we will vote whether we do it 155 or 145, but it won't be the current existing 130. We okay with that? Okay. Now,
Chairman, now that's where I am at. By increase it to 155, will it be covering the same amount to make from the borehole or the extra cost that comes from the borehole?
That's why we need that analysis from his side. Okay.
So
from a ballpark figure, how we had looked at it, just for ballpark, is currently it's at 5,000, isn't it? Where is that thing here? Is it here? Okay. We currently make 9 million shillings, isn't it? So if we increase that to 6,000 or 6.5, multiplied by 153 times 12, this figure will move up to 12 million, thereabout. Sila, when do unapiga hesabu? Piga 6,000 or 6,500 times 153 times 12. Ngapi? 11 million? 11.9, eh?
12 million.
Oh, that's 12 million, fine. Now, our bill for borehole only is roughly 140 to 160. So let's take 150 every month times 12. Ningapi? Bigger 150,000 times 12. 1.8. So if you add it to the 12, it's 13.8, isn't it? Huh? It's 13.8. That has almost covered our cost. Because our cost, 2024 was 14 meter. You are 13.8. So we are looking at it that at the very minimum, if we are to shoot service charge to 6.5 to Kosawa.
Okay.
But then let's wait for the analysis from this side.
Okay, I don't know whether I'm the one who's still behind, but I'm talking of the water that we are getting from 135 to 155. I was asking just what is the reason of we buy the water at 135, we give to the residents at 155?
There is cost of billing. That Wambugo will have to do his normal costing of invoicing.
Okay.
To come and lock for you when you don't pay.
So
Nafunga, nini,
that's fine.
Plumbing.
So
when there is a repair, no one pays for repair work.
So we are going to increase this at the new for the water and still increase the service charge, right?
Yes.
So that's why we need to understand why, if we're increasing the service charge is 2.5, that it is not going to be enough, that we have to increase also on the water rate. That's what I need to understand, because if we are going to increase service charge by its own item, then what is the need of increasing this water bill? We need to understand those. I'm still on number 2. Hata sijaenda kwa service charge. Ninataka hapa. So I would say my suggestion is, Chairman, maybe we still take water at the minimum rate what we are getting, because we've already incurred a cost of 16,000. So if the water, I'm going to use water at 135, let me get at 135.
Wait, no, just a minute. The 16,000 is for what?
No,
for repair.
No,
to repair your piping. Without that piping being done, you won't get even that water.
That I'm okay.
You're okay?
That I'm okay. I'm okay with the fresh water bill.
It is
now,
both for fresh and borehole, because the borehole is also leaking.
That
okay.
we are at the same page of fresh water.
Okay.
That we are on number 2. New water rate per cubic to be increased from 135 to 155.
Yes.
I was just asking, I don't know, that cost of increase.
If we start getting fresh water, we are going to be billed 135 by the supplier of that water. Then we are asking ourselves here, it's not a decision that has been made, it's a proposal. Are we okay charging it like for like to the home owner or the resident at 135, or do we load a small margin on it? What is the justification of loading a small margin on it? The justification for loading a small margin on it is you have to plan for breakages, and you have to plan for something we call non-revenue water. In the event that there's a leakage that you did not discover, then you realize that the bill that you're being given from Mawasco, which is bulk, is higher than what you're collecting, even if everybody pays. So you always have to build that risk into what you charge the consumer. Otherwise, I can assure you 100% as somebody who has run the estate, you will be making a loss. You can never account for the water 100%, even with smart meters. Yeah.
Let's go to number 3 on the new service charge in connection to that one. Thank you.
That one now, Mr. Chair will take care of.
We have service charge kwa mwisho. So tunaenda as per the slides. Haya, tuko hapa kwa hii funding. I think this one we'll skip this one, because we'll come to it after we have voted. Do we proceed or what? Whatever. Security, any comments?
Security's number.
Security, second time, any comments? Yes, Wambugo.
There is that issue you are discussing about the 135 and 155. Originally, when we had EPZ within the estate, we were charging at 160. It was not even an issue of discussion. After doing the mathematics, those people who are there, they had done the mathematics, it was 160. So unless now you are doing past 160, we are just supposed to do 160. Then we get all the costs, they were taken care of that time. Then the borehole was at 130.
I think 160 is even better. Banoyamo was leaning. So when we reach there, we'll make a decision. Even if someone says 200, sawa. Na watu wapitishe. Okay, security. Let's now keep track on this so that we finish, yeah? Security, any comment? No. Environment.
House 84 again, please, you'll pardon me, I think I know this estate in and out. So on the security, I've noticed the costs have gone up, and you explained because we are having JH, and then I can see we have a dog from SGA. So my advice is let's try to maintain our security costs like 300K the way we've been for the many years. So I can see there is proposal to go to a new person, since what we agreed with JF is they keep increasing services but reducing the quality. So I propose we look, by the time we are renewing or the contract is ending in October, we identify someone who can be within our costs.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. If we are even able to get, because JH is around 35, 37 per guard, if we can bring it down to 25, 28, 30, because they are new suppliers, that's fine. But it's work in progress, so that one we all aligned, we move on, because it's in the way forward, we'll be tendering. So that's fine. Environment?
Yes.
Painting.
On this, I'm a proxy of house number, on this one, on house number 5. I will use many proxies, don't worry, signed. Environment, suggestion. We've closed the field for
football.
Grass.
Yes.
There is the house number 1, there's a small field there. Can't we allow kids to use it at least also to play? Because it's there, but it's never utilized. I'm not talking about the one outside, the one inside. Yes. Tumechinja mbuzi hapo before, it was nice. So if we can think of how to utilize it rather than just having a closed space, and especially now that the field is not being used, that would be good.
I think that's a good suggestion, unless the environment director has something. Since the other field is whatever, hiyo ni kitu tunaweza maliza tu. Since the other field has been dug to be planted, the big boys can be playing there. I don't know. To South Park.
To the road, you'll have balls being kicked into the STP. Then it is very narrow. The initial idea was to make it a garden where us adults can go and relax, have a seat. The young children can probably go play there, but not good for throwing balls, because we'll start having cases with South Park, and then balls going to the road and balls going to the STP. STP is not a good place for the children to go fetch the balls.
So we can say the small ones can play there. The small ones can play there.
Without football.
Yeah.
Good people. I think what Madam Environment is raising something critical that we should think about and think through. You are talking about a narrow strip of a space that we were thinking would suffice for adults having some relaxing time there. Like Chairman or somebody has said correctly, one time we enjoyed mbuzi there. What is happening to the main playground is temporary, it's not permanent. What we need to do is probably have an arrangement with, I don't know who manages the field I've seen here, so that the adult boys, during the time we are recarpeting that place, can easily be walking across and playing there. But there, for children to kick the ball and so forth, I'm saying what Madam Environment is saying. Balls are going across the road into STP, and of course, the other bit, the hygienic part, is not quite in place.
Because I came up with that suggestion. Also, I'm requesting, let's not close our minds. There are some nice games nowadays you can play. Yeah, let's think outside there. It's usually good to just tell me noted, and we'll touch base after this. Then we can discuss. Because there are simple games, and especially for kids, and you find, sorry now to digress, but you find just a small play like that, the boy or the girl will represent Kenya, because not so many people play. And they use plastics, they use the beads, the one for throwing into a hole, which is just raised, and it's something that we can try and see.
I think it's why don't we then conclude and say that Sila, you engage more with Susan, yeah,
yes, and also other homeowners,
ideas, yes,
please, yeah.
and join into the environment committee, come up with something that can be done there in a safe place.
I want to say, we'll throw it back to the environment committee, and anybody else can join so that we can discuss in terms of how we can use that field without affecting the environment and the safety of our children.
Okay. Yeah. And house number 1, you are the one in that field. Nimpaka yako. You are very quiet.
She's watching us.
You are in agreement. You are in the subcommittee, Sawa. Any other comment on the environment? Painting will sort out as the resolution end, whether we move it to the other year or what. We can move from painting, from environment?
Chair, about painting, this calculation that was done, was it for everyone, or the guys who had already painted were excluded?
It was for everyone.
The 24,000?
Everyone.
So does that mean those who have already painted, they will pay again 24,000? Silas, no.
I think that one was meant to be looked at on individual basis, yeah, and then an exemption will be given. If the painting has been done well, correct paint and so forth, I think that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
those would be looked at on individual basis once we start the process. And if we agree, we move it on to next year, that's fine. But it will be looked at on individual basis. Street lighting and generator, any comments? Second time, any comments? No. STP. There was a comment about us preparing for the anticipated cost for the new blower.
And I want, now that we are talking about STP, I want us to discuss it further. And I feel like sometimes we are covering up on things that we should share with homeowners. The fact that those blowers, even as we speak, there's only one working. And because it is only one working, it is overworked. So sometimes we end up switching it off, ipumzike. And that's why Sila there anakufa na things that he should not be dying with in the house. But let's pay so much attention to this thing. I appreciate we have to import things, and this is one place I'm willing to pay whatever you ask me to pay to sort it out. Because if you've been in the houses from number 15 downwards, when this thing is messed up, even sleeping in the house becomes a problem. And we sometimes assume it, and Francis, you're guilty because you're covering up so much for what is going on there. If it's broken, we call it broken. We say we need 900,000, we die with that 900,000 and sort it out. We cannot sit here and pretend that the STP now is working and we know it's only one blower working there. They're supposed to be two, so they can oscillate and sustain 24/7 running. Yeah. So this thing has a problem, and it's not mentioned in the slides.
It is mentioned somehow in the way forward.
Yeah, the somehow is the problem.
Wait. It is there. We will soon need a blower.
No, okay. we actually need the blower now, not soon.
So we will add it in the resolutions.
Great.
Because as you can see there, the funds position, we don't have like the previous one where we bought from the savings. So it will be added to every owner to be apportioned something of that 1 million. Or we will say we fund it from the fixed deposit. We'll agree. Maybe Henry, you'll add it to the resolution. Here, money markets. Any comment? They've gone down from 15. Okay. I think it's something to look into. We can leave it that it's something to look into. But then it's to now agree in principle. Is it something that, because if it's 9%, it means the bank now is what? 5 or something. It should be something that, yes, Bwana Makeni, you are loud enough, Bwana. Pana ongoja microphone.
Thank you, Chair, for assuring me about my ability. I wanted to make this comment about Thank you so much. So I anticipate the rates to go up. However, what I wanted to clarify to the membership is that investment in the money market is so flexible. It's even more flexible than keeping that money on fixed account, because all it requires is 1 week's notice and you'll get your cash without suffering loss which you would suffer if you terminate a fixed deposit before maturity period. It's an option that we should seriously look at going into. And remember, here we are talking about money that we are holding as emergency fund. So it's not money I'm going to encourage members to look at as available for use on continuous basis. By the way, we inherited this surplus from previous regimes. And the only reason we have not eaten into it is we also are prudent people and cautious. So we don't want to make by any breakdown which we cannot cater for. Thank you, members.
Any other comment on that? Yes, Susan.
Yeah, thanks. In terms of the investment of this money into the money market, I think pushing it forward again, we are not making progress. It was mentioned in the last AGM, and we were to think about it. So I'm requesting if you can use this meeting to make a decision so that we can make progress financially, because we are hard pressed with issues of cash. So if we can consider it and make a decision on it instead of pushing it forward again.
No, it's part of the resolutions that we'll vote on.
Okay, thanks.
So we'll get there. Okay.
So, Chairman.
With no more comment on money.
Chairman.
Yes.
Allow me to take you back a second, please.
Where?
On the STP, please. Humility. I know you engage the Mawasco a lot. Now we engage in the water, and they're also responsible for the sewer. Have you also asked them what's the tentative cost that we will undertake to connect to that line, if it is there? Because I think that's the long term. Because if we just eradicate the STP once and for all, that money on blowers, on the smell, the people, the electricity. I mean, if you came here and told us we need 20,000 per house to be connected to the sewer line, people will pay. I can tell you, people will pay compared to the piping. So I know you've engaged, and you engage with this Mawasco. Have you engaged them?
I
yes.
have. And honestly, not because I'm up the hill. I'm not near the STP. Not if we can get this blower, we are better off. Until when it's connected to the main line, we are better off with this STP. Right now, it's normally a percentage. Okay, it's a percentage of water. Now, at Valley View, they pay 800 shillings per month. So that is 10,000 for this, for Mavoko to manage for them the STP. What else we are asking for is 1 million after what? 5 years or how many years? And then plus these are the operational cost. It is more expensive, I can assure you, to be on that process of them managing, or even on the sewer line. Yeah? If we can do the maths, we are more than happy to tabulate it. But as someone who has a property where I'm paying Mavoko within the same place, we do that 800 shillings every month. In addition now to service charge. This 1,000 that we are going back and forth you will still pay the service charge and you still pay Mavoko. And just like any other government thing, haifanyi kazi. So let's deal with this 1 million. Instead of the way it was left there in future, let's bring it faster, and deal with it. And then we relax for some time. Okay. Value of our property.
Yes, I have a comment on that.
Which one? Here?
Yes.
Or backwards?
Both.
Ay, sila. Hapa?
Yes.
Kwa fund?
Yes. No, not money markets. I said STP and value of market, of property.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the last one on STP is by Sila.
Actually, yes.
Tafadhali.
But property also. I was going to property is the next agenda. Yes.
Yes. So we
yes. So I'm combining that property and STP.
STP.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa.
My suggestion: we can't stop people constructing the next plot.
Yes.
We can use that, whatever bargaining chip will need, or collaboration to have a sewer line. Because if it's Edenman, they can really help a lot with sewer line.
Let me just interject. The day that you have time, go to Great Wall Apartments Phase 3. They have no sewer line. It is a big, I don't know what, there is a name, and then wanamwaga hiyo dawa. Actually, when you are at Camden, the next estate, 5th floor, ukitupa macho hivi, because that is an apartment, ukitupa macho, you are just seeing that big treatment plant of theirs, and it's not covered. Yes, so Edaman has a lot of... Actually, right now, Mavasco is the one managing Great Wall Apartments 3 and Bluebell.
Personal level, because of not recorded. You can hear me. But just take that as a pointer.
You got fine.
Yes. Also
fine.
We'll try and get it from the way we know them.
Yes. Yes.
If we can pursue that, because it will help now with the sewer piping.
With the piping, exactly.
There are those times you say, for this solution, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Sawa.
Sawa.
Sawa. That's fine. Would you be willing to even
and those guys
it may be a good idea to have a subcommittee for STP and people volunteer and we get more involved. Right now it's only the environment the STP director is alone with Wambugu at times, and so it may be good for most of some owners to get involved and also just help and see what's going on. So I would be happy if I know Bonasila, Oyamo can be good volunteers hapo with the passion. It will be good. Yeah, because together tunasaidiana tu. Okay. Property. Sila. Anza na hiyo. Oh, you will combine.
And all that, Edenman, that was it. That was my comment.
Okay. Aone kama itapeleka value hapo chini wakiweka apartments.
You see, there are those things I don't know. I don't want to preempt what is, I don't know.
Let's wait and see what comes up.
Yes.
But yeah, that's something that we have on the table. Any other comment on that? No. Okay. Sen Bakita, any comment on this partnership?
Now, Chairman, I wanted to say this one is what I should have started with. That is a very brilliant idea. Yes, we are going to save a lot of money.
We'll put it as part of the resolution.
That's, I would say, to those, do I call them members? To the people who have volunteered,
yes.
To the homeowner.
Yes.
who had volunteered
Yes.
to have a private gate,
Yes.
to put a gate
Yes.
on his or her private entity.
Yes.
Aki, asante sana.
Aya.
I actually am saying we can incur cost if he wants us to put maybe a barricade between his compound, that a small way.
yeah.
That I would say, I propose we put a budget so that we put a proper gate and Aki, if there is need to celebrate, in this meeting on a different day, it is to celebrate to Mlulia Mbuzi to say thank you. We thank you.
On as you take your evening stroll one day, ingia tu hapo number 48, tell Tony, asante.
Oh, it's 48?
Yes. 48. Kwa Tony, 48. Okay. This is the biggest, do we comment here? No, it is part of the voting resolutions. Service charge.
I'm
sorry
to just take you back again.
Yes, Koi.
Wambugo's brought a good point about House 57 actually has a space right next to it, which is like
57 is the last one up.
Yeah.
She refused. She refused. Emily. She refused.
But there's a common area, is it not?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she refused. It was her whatever. We tried engaging her before. She refused. Let us work with this one who has agreed. Okay. Comments on proposed service charge. You may have a problem with 75. We have a problem with remaining at 5. Let's strike a balance. Tuanze wapi? Yes. We are not staying at 5. We are not going to 75. But we are going. 6-5.
Now, proxy for now is number 15.
And how many others? Neo 15 too.
Sila, please tell us your house number.
No, I'm a proxy for that house number.
Yes,
15.
we want your house number. So
Mine.
we can record, yes.
But I'm a proxy. I'm speaking on their behalf on that matter.
Understood.
His neighbor is number 3. I'm assuming. Yes, his immediate number is representing house number 3. So right now he's talking for house number 15.
Yeah, that is fine, but we just need your...
Where I stay?
Yes, but we'll record that you are...
For now, number 3. I'm in number 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, but because I have expressed, from people. Yeah. 6-5, my suggestion, because if you check those many years, since you remember those days we were discussing this 2014, 2015, and we were still funding things on emergency, and also we need to have like an emergency fund should, like STP things go haywire. Yes. Yeah, and to meet that, I will say 6-5.
6-5.
Yeah.
Okay. Another suggestion? Yes, Susan.
On the same issue of the service charge.
Yes.
We proposed 7.5.
Yes.
Before we can go to 6.5, of course we had reasons why we proposed 7.5. Before we can go to 6.5, I am pleading, just briefly explain to the people what is pushing us to go to 7.5. We could be assuming things, and probably there are residents who don't know what the service charge is being used for and how far things have changed ever since we started doing 5,000 so many years ago. So please, if you can briefly explain that we use service charge for 1, 2, 3, 4. We propose 7.5 because of this reason. And then I am asking if we could first vote on the 7.5. If it doesn't work, then we consider the other proposals. Thank you.
In addition, good members, I think it will make a lot of sense to discuss the revision of service charge after we have made the financial presentation, because that will give you where we are now and guide you where we want to go.
Okay. So can we move on with it? So we have agreed, let's look at it at the end. We'll vote on it at the end. Fair enough. But already suggestions have come. Okay. So, with no more comments on this report.
Pole Chair, a comment here. I think Pole, she's thrown me off with that question.
Which one?
The explanation on why there is need to increase, because I think just from Pole, and I hope it doesn't sound bad, from the basic knowledge of when the estate was constructed and how much you guys have been charging till now.
Yes.
If you look at the year-on-year inflation, if it was 5,000 then and now, whatever 5,000 could do in 2014 vis-a-vis now, really it's like you're charging now currently market rate of 3,000 if you look at that. And from just a quick glance on the numbers that was sent on the report, we've been running on a deficit, if I'm not wrong. Year-on-year expenses have been increased. Exactly. Exactly.
So if these guys today behave like me, who wants to pay every month, and they stop paying quarterly, we'll have nothing.
Yes.
That is the reality. So let us just.
So that was just a comment. Yeah, so that was just a comment.
For the sake of time, let's finish with finance.
So,
then
however, a question,
yes.
For that service charge, wouldn't it be better for people to put it in context of, like, how many defaulters do we have, even at the current rate that we're charging, 5,000? How many defaulters do we normally have per month? What measures do we have in place to, like, try to encourage them to, you know, lower the amount that they're defaulting on? Do we have, like, measures in place so our hands tied? If, let's say, for example, now we increase to 7.5, and currently, as we speak, we have defaulters of X and certain amount. Are we just trying maybe to, will we be accumulating more problems for ourselves?
I think
will now more guys even now be defaulting?
Let me put it this way. We are as we work on the new rates. First, thank you. We don't need to go much into the details of how it's used and all that, but let's wait for the finance bit. But then there are two things that we want to do. When you look at most of these defaulters, some of them is by choice.
What do you mean
Yeah,
by choice?
it's just homeowners are the worst defaulters. It's better a tenant. Ni yako kwake. He's driving a V sijui what.
Have we tried, like, extreme measures, like not opening the gate, ama kukata maji, ama?
We have cut maji, tumekata siwa. Mtu anakuja na familia wakae juu ya siwa. What do you do? But then, what now we are looking at is to, once we change the bylaws, we'll register it, isn't it? Then we'll be able to enforce it further. Yeah, but there are some other very good ones who have had challenges and they paid in installments and have cleared. Yeah. There's a list. Okay, online we are getting comments here. People want the people are moving towards are agreeable to 6,000, but we will come to it at the end. So for now, with us clearing all those other issues, let us go now to the final bit here. We pass on these resolutions. I think we're adding one more. Which one are we adding? The water rate. We added two more. should be ready to proceed. So we do a hybrid. Yes, to earn more interest. Yeah, can lead us to earn more interest. So we don't use it for? No, it is here. But unless we say, however, for the immediate water, we get it from here. Yeah, so it's immediate water piping. We get it from the capital. To be gotten from there. Can contribute. Not everyone. If like me, my kids
We have a total of 7 resolutions. The last one is
if we make resolutions for what is already, what has been scammed from what has been presented, what of the subsequent presentations? So I wish to request you that that resolution is normally the last bit.
I want to agree with you. Your presentation might also affect what is happening, although I had thought that members have exhausted on these items. But if that's the feeling of the meeting, we can push this to the end, like we did in the previous meeting. So we can have your presentation, then at the end we'll have the resolutions. Thank you for that intervention.
Good afternoon, good members. Before I make my presentation, let me ask you, on a very humble note. Please let's accord the chairman who has just finished his presentation and Madam Director, let's accord them a hearty clap. They have done an excellent job. I also want to recognize those in attendance that are previous chairpersons, the chairman emeritus. We have in our midst what I like calling Peter One. I'm not just trying to Catholicize the reference. And we have also Justina. Those people have served us well. We recognize your presence. Mr. Chairman, I will shortly be calling the auditor to make the financial presentation, but before he steps forward, the financials also go with the governance. And I would like to assure the homeowners who are here and other residents that during the year that we are about to close, the executive committee that we call the cabinet acted in a manner that was exemplary. They fulfilled what we call image. They were innovative. They had great mastery of what they were doing. And you have just seen from the presentation of the chairman, it was engineering and science by excellency. Now you are going to finance, which is also a component of governance. I also want to assure you that the way we have acted, even if you check outside the environment, we have done a great job, to the extent that I urge members, when it comes to the time for making resolutions, let's be informed and let's be objective. Because if Aden was the best garden for God to place his human beings, we as residents and homeowners of Delta would like to make Delta our Aden, so that we are the first, we are the most and the only best estate in Sabaki. We had also invited for this meeting representation from South Park. On behalf of our committee, if there is somebody from that place, would like to acknowledge and to welcome them. Do we have any? Chairman has made reference to that. We also invited members from the neighboring estate. The reason why that is important is that we cannot be a good house in a bad environment. Because if whatever we do is watered by the neighboring estate, then we shall be working in vain. With those comments, I wish to respond, to clarify one thing, which may not be very clear from the presentation of the accounts. This list, which was given to you, is an addendum to the financial statements. And by saying addendum or calling it so, it's not part of it, technically speaking, but it tells you that we have people paying in advance and we have people who are in arrears. If you follow the presentation of the auditor keenly, there will be an item in the balance sheet called receivables. That is the status of the people who have defaulted. And that is why I was keen to request that we wait until we have presented the financials so that you see the magnanimity, the significance or impact of the arrears that we have, which we are not able to collect as and when required. And yet we are actually surviving on the goodwill of those who are volunteering to pay in advance. At this point, I want to ask the auditor to come and make the presentation of the audited financial statements, express an opinion on it so that members can interrogate their financial statements. So, let me clarify. If you have copies of this, it would appear like they were not signed. I want to assure you the originals were signed, because it would be illegal to discuss and approve accounts that have not been signed.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Omondi Omondi from Uchingo Nyango and Associates, the auditors. I'll be taking you through the annual statements and the reports for the year ended 31st December 2024. So that's our cover page. And in this report, we'll be having director's report, responsibilities, and auditor's opinion. Then I'll also take you through financial statements and accompanying notes. Thereafter, I'll give the auditor's opinion and going concern for the company. So from that, that's table of contents, where we have the company information, report of the board of directors, directors' responsibilities, independent auditors, then financial statements. So on directors' responsibilities, I'll give second paragraph. No, I'll go to page 2. Directors' report. Generally, we are having the principal activities of the company, and the company's main issue is management. We are not in the business of profits and making more surplus and deficit. You will be seeing in the statements whereby we are not using the words profit or loss. We're using the wordings like surplus and deficit. On page 3, the responsibilities of directors, I'll take you to paragraph 2, whereby the directors accept the responsibility for financial statements that are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. And how do they do that? By designing, implementing, and maintaining internal control relevant to the preparations and fair presentation of the financial statements. 2, selecting and applying appropriate accounting policies. And 3, making accounting estimates and judgments that are responsible in the circumstances. The directors are of the opinion that the financial statements give true and fair view of the state of the financial affairs of the company as at 31st December 2024 and of its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with IFRS and the Kenyan Companies Act. Lastly, nothing has come to the attention of the directors to indicate that the company will not remain a going concern for at least 12 months. It was signed on 13th, though this document that we have, we printed it before, actually after the signing was done. After going all that, now I'll take you to page 5. Page 4, I'll come to it later. Page 5, statement of comprehensive income or profit and loss account. This one is a summary from the notes. So can we move, if you have the documents, page 12 and page 13. We see the compositions of our revenue and expenses. So on page 12, note 3, that's our collections. Item 1 is bank interest earned. This is interest from our fixed deposit for the year ended 31st December 2024 at 292,523, which is an increment compared to 121,235. Service charge is the same, 9,180,000 compared to the same year, previous year. Water billing, 4,486,300, an increment compared to the previous year of 4,355,000. Total collections, 13,958,823. How was this money spent? Let's go to page 13. Start from schedule of expenses. Administrative cost, telephone and postage, 48,000 compared to 46,000, an increment. Membership and subscription, 10,000, a decrease compared to 15,000 of previous year. AGM, 165,500, and this year I think we combined 2 years for 2023 and that previous year because we didn't have 2023 AGM. Legal fees and secretarial expenses, 171,680, an increment compared of 158 and 50. Audit fees 70,000, an increment 58,000. Office expenses 12,680 compared to 10,100. Printing and stationery 15,450 compared to 8,840. Computer expenses 2,000. Transport and traveling 15,960, decrease of compared to 33,690 of the previous year. Internet and website 49,200, same as previous year. Bank and M-Pesa charges 61,702, giving us a total admin cost of 623,172. Operational costs, SEDCO manpower 1,157,900 compared to 1,066,738. SEDCO management fees 1,285,200 compared to same as previous year. Fuel for the generator to 54,060, decrease of 289,980. Generator running expenses 5,000 compared to 193,793. Borehole expenses 503,300 compared to 271,884. STP 149,060 compared to 170,697. Cleaning and fumigation expenses 115,890 compared to 12,360. General repairs and maintenance 480,127 compared to 611,608. Security and alarm expenses 3,714,117 compared to 3,637,886. Garbage collections 732,000, same as the previous year. Caretaker expenses 570,816 compared to 562,800. Gardening and landscaping 120,550, giving us total operational cost of 9,092,020. Establishment costs, electricity 3,897,375 compared to 3,144,000. Water 250,000 compared to 220,572. Depreciation and amortization, this is from our assets, 2,517,486 compared to 3,567,060. NEMA licenses 158,760 compared to 177,200. Warma licenses 124,755, giving us total of establishment cost of 6,948,376. That is the composition, the breakdown of profit and loss of page 5. If you can go back to page 5, you'll see how it's summarized. Our income collections, note 3, as we've seen, 13,558,823,000.44. Admin costs, as we've seen the breakdown, 623,172. Operational cost 9,092,020, and establishment costs of 6,948,376. Total expenses 16,663,568, giving us a deficit of 2,704,744. Now we go to page 6, that is balance sheet items, and I'll take you to page 11. We'll start from page 11. That is property, plant and equipment. We factored in computers, furniture, fittings, and equipment. If you look into our PPP or property, plant, equipment, there's an asset missing. Chairman talked about it, and I think large members and the directors to really work on this, the lands or the common grounds. This matter has been dragging, and I think, Bwana Chairman, this one, we need to report it. Page 12, we'll see note 4, cash and cash equivalent. Cash at bank 618,899 compared to 680,796. Cash at hand 14,367 compared to 17,717. Fixed deposit 3,375,936 compared to 3,094,175. Total cash and cash equivalent 4,009,202. Accounts receivables 1,433,750. Accounts payables, all creditors due 1,137,846. Audit fees or accruals 70,000. Total 1,202,846. Deposits, we've earned, the previous was 3,083,413, and the additions of 292,523, giving us now 3,375,936. The members' account, this was to recognize the assets, because you can't have assets without owning them. From there, we go back to page 6. On page 6, now you'll see that is balance sheet items. Accounts receivables and prepayments, 1,433,750, as you've seen the breakdown, compared to 1,667,911. Cash and cash equivalent, 4,009,202, compared to 3,792,688, giving us current assets as 5,442,952. Non-current, the plant property 9,575,098. The software 50,901. Total 9,625,999. Total assets 15,068,951. Liabilities, payables 1,202,846. Capital 154,000. Accumulated funds, these are all accumulated losses for the years, 12,462,900. Deposits 3,375,936. Members account 22,799. Total 13,866,105. Total liabilities and equity 15,068,951. Up to that point, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members for listening and the opportunity.
Mr. Chairman and good homeowners, I don't want him to walk far away from where I am, because immediately you adopt the financial statements, would like to respond to your questions, him and I. And the best practice is first to adopt. Although we can start raising questions on the accounts, but best practice, and Delta community members are best nurtured. Let's adopt these accounts. Bwana Wakili, what do you confirm is the procedure?
That's the position. Let's have a proposer and a seconder kindly.
I propose house number 7.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan, as
And I second house number 45.
Thank you. Having proposed and seconded the accounts, I will now wish to make a second request. We wish to encourage you to ask questions in a systematic manner. And what I'm referring here is, he presented the account starting with the performance statement, which is also called the statement of income and expenditure of profit and loss. So let's have questions from that section, then we go on to the balance sheet. And if there will be a question on the cash flow statements or statement of equity, that will also be addressed. So can we take the first question arising out of the performance? You have been told how much we collected, for example, how much we spent. So look at the expenses and look at the the expenses analysis and raise questions out of that and the income. We want to carry along every member. Isn't it? Any question on the statement of comprehensive income? Sila has question. A mic, please.
Am I right to state, using 2023 and 2024, we are making a loss of, on average?
Just come again.
Am I right to say, using, you know,
comparative figures.
Yes, comparative figures. 2023, 2024. If you put that, on average, we are making a loss of 2.8 million per year.
In fact, even on standalone basis. However, I want you also to add on the fact that you have improved in the year 2024.
Yes, by making a lower loss.
Less loss.
Of 2.7 compared to 3 million.
That's correct.
But taking as average 2.8.
Yes.
I need to clarify something. Some of that loss is book loss. There is a depreciation there, so we are not necessarily paying for it. So we are not as bad as you think.
That information will be used later.
Thank you. Another question, please. So we can. Another question on the statement of income and comprehensive income. Statement of comprehensive income. So you appear to be satisfied that we expeditiously applied the resources you made available to us, and so let's now move to the statement of financial position. The purpose of that statement, just for clarity of those that may not be CPS in the house or economists for that matter, is to show you where you are as at 31st December 2024. The situation must have changed. However, that snapshot is useful for you to interrogate how you want to be in the future. Let me guide you. Accounts receivable, that's where the arrears stand that we are talking about. The arrears of service charge collection. Cash and cash equivalent, that's where we have a fixed deposit that we hold on just in case of emergency. And indeed, in the year 2024, we experienced quite a number of breakdowns that necessitated us to eat into our cash flow quite substantially. That explains the fact that that fixed deposit that we had, or we have, is merited to remain there to cushion us against any emergency. Any person with a question on property, plant, and equipment, this is where STP, the borehole, the generator, the water tanks overhead sit. It is out of those assets that a very substantial expense called depreciation arise. And by recognizing depreciation, we are only being wise to prepare for the eventuality that those assets will have to be replaced at one time. Is there a question about the assets you have? The only assets that we have not put there are the commonly owned assets, right? The land only. The land, that is the land. And that is because we are waiting for valuation to be done and the titling. Silence. Yes, former chairman.
So are you saying 1.4 is net of the prepayments? So at, you know, accounts receivable is an asset, while prepayments is
a receipt in advance.
So are we saying we've netted it off? What are we saying?
In the statement of financial position we have, but there is a breakdown down on note 5, which is on which page?
12. Just to respond to one former chairman, accounts receivable entirely, this is what is owed by the members. Entirely, no prepayments. It's just the wording from the breakdown. No, there's no prepayment. It's generally accounts receivables.
Which then means we are not seeing everything, because then there's some money we've already received that is not our money. You know, money received in advance technically is a liability.
No. My members, please check. Below there is what we call accounts payable. Those will be accounts that we have not settled, or recognition of what we have had in advance that is not yet recognized as an asset, because you can't recognize it as an asset. You recognize the possibility that you may be called upon to refund it.
So my concern is this.
Yes.
Accounts payables is reading 1.2 million.
Yes.
You should have called it account payable and prepayments. Then up there, you just tell us accounts receivable, because then you've told us accounts receivable and prepayments. So I can only assume 1.4 is net.
Thank you so much, members. Unfortunately, sometimes our hands are tied by the standard that we use to call these terms. I think for now, I would like the auditor to break down the accounts payables, because these also constitute expenses which we have accrued that had not been paid as 31st December 2024. And the accounts receivable constitute majorly the arrears of service charge that have not come in.
Thank you, Finance Director. To respond on those two accounts receivables and accounts payables, already on your tables you are seeing some list, but that is as at June this year. As at December 31st, Moses will share with you the list of receivables and the list of payables. And majorly these payables were electricity and service providers and all that. The list is there, it's only that we didn't attach it. But it is available, same as you are seeing the one here already, to see those who need to make the payments to the company.
Any other question on the statement of financial position, please? No one is interested in getting to know what intangible asset is? That is a software that our estate manager, I like calling him estate manager, he's more than just a caretaker, uses in the laptop that he uses. Can I move on to statement of equity in case we are daring to reach there? Most of the time, the AGM does not entertain questions to the statement of equity, but basically that's a summary of P&L combined with the statement of financial position. The cash and cash movement is the statement that now distills the hard cash that comes in and the cash that remains, because at the end of the day, the accounts are prepared on accrual basis, meaning that we have recognized that we have earned service charge, even though we may not have received it. And so, as to the expenses you have seen there, most likely ought to Jeff, Sedico, and the group had not been paid as at that time. But you can imagine we recognized those expenses, even if they will be paid in the subsequent months. I want to rest my case there and hand over the mic and the meeting to Wakili to proceed. At that point, I want to announce that our auditor will be leaving quietly. but he has expressed the willingness to continue in office when we come to the resolutions. And remember, this is why I said you can't make resolutions now, because one of the resolutions that you'll have to make, and it is preferably made in his absence, is to determine whether or not he should continue being your auditor.
Thank you, Finance Director and the Auditor. I want to move quickly to the next agenda item, which is the one on electing directors. We currently have 7 on board. The articles and memorandum stipulate that you can have a maximum of 10. So in as much as we are properly constituted in that area, there was an expression that the board felt we needed more directors to come on board and assist with the work that they are doing. We have not received any nominations or people volunteering to join the board, and the practice is to float that during this meeting, and if anyone wants or elects to join, I think the board is open for them to join. So if there's anyone, whether here physically or virtually, who would want to join the board, there are 3 slots that are vacant. However, none of the directors currently have expressed any interest in resigning, so the board is still intact. Yeah.
Sorry? What? You didn't hear me?
No, I just wanted it to be...
Oh, I'm saying Carol is taking water department.
As a director?
Yes.
I'm assisting her. Let it go. That really don't unless someone else is interested. Yeah.
So you're working together?
Assist her, yeah.
Okay. I think the position is clear?
Yes. Mary?
From the horse's
Yeah.
mouth. Who? Anne. You in agreement? Wonderful. So we have house number 59. Thank you very much for agreeing to join the board. It's usually it's a nice experience, I would say. Thank you. Any other person? So we don't want to leave out anyone else. There are 2 more slots. You can, if you don't want to do it now, I think you can even do it after the meeting. Oh, good. So Monica and Martin. You'll get back to the board, eh? That's okay. We'll wish to have as many people as possible. So I think we finished with that. Oh, number 71. So we can confirm that. Let's hear from the member.
Okay, sawa.
Welcome. I think after this, just a meeting with the board, and then you can reorganize the various areas. Thank you for volunteering. There are no allowances, so it's just service. Sorry? You can, we can have one more if there is any. Oh, so it's confirmed. It's confirmed. So house number?
Yes.
Number 8. Wonderful. And you're deputizing. That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much for volunteering. Wonderful. So we move on to the next agenda. We had already discussed agenda number 8 and 9 about the amendments and the allotment. And being that we've just finished with the auditor, I'm wondering whether the finance director, Mr. McKenney, whether it's an appropriate time to discuss the agenda for the director, for the external auditor.
Yes.
He has left.
Yes,
Okay. Perhaps you can join us so that you can join me here so that you can take the members through, so they can appreciate what he's doing and make a decision on it.
Members, the current auditor that we have is serving at a fee of 70,000 shillings. If I look at the neighboring equivalent estates outside ourselves, because in another world I also do that work of public auditing, and I'm looking at estates that are comparable to this, he's within the fee range he's serving on is within what others are charging. He has not proved incompetent so far, so it is always good at an AGM like this to reappoint the auditor and fix his remuneration. If you want him to come back at 70, maybe by show of hands, or is it unanimous? But we can also, if you are not satisfied with this work, we can seek quotations, and you can authorize the executive committee to appoint.
Thank you, Finance Director. So, as members think about that, it seems we have come to the end. However, there is, sorry? On the issue of the external auditor? Oh yeah, sure, you can go ahead and Mr. McKenney can respond.
Oh, I'm just interested to know how long he has been serving us.
But what I remember when I joined, so you are talking about for 5 years he has been an auditor. Even more, I'm told, because before then I was not in the committee. There is a question, what is the best practice? In what we call this kind of organization, members basically decide looking at the performance of the auditor. However, we can have an internal policy where we say we rotate them every 3 years. And even that 3 is subject to performance. So probably we can say, if we award him 2025 to audit, then come the next AGM, we should have quotation from other auditors so that we also give them chance.
Year out, if somebody is doing the accounts year in, year out, who is auditing the auditor?
The directors have the oversight. There's something else that is also very important. He needs to finish the cleanup he has been doing of making sure we include land in the statements and all those things before. That institutional knowledge is a bit helpful sometimes.
But it's something that could be passed on to the next person.
I'm different.
It could be passed on. Yeah, because I think, okay. papers for the land? Who has those papers? The last time it was Josephine. I think she's been having them for the last so many years. Or who has ever followed? Yeah.
That's why we need someone who has been there.
We don't have anything in relation to the vacant common areas. So there is nothing. A quotation was given, nothing moved from there. Josephine gave out the quotation for the surveyors, the title, but nothing was done.
Can we move on that this year? I think it's key. I think since I've been here 10 years, we've been discussing the same thing. Same thing.
The common areas, that's why you're being asked to give a register so that he can compile and give allocations. That's what you are doing.
I think we can put it as a task that this year we need to make some headway on the issue of the common area titles. Yeah, on the issue of the auditor. Ever since I bought my house, I've been seeing this guy. To be honest, yeah, I think we just need to agree that this either 2025 to be his last year, and then next year we need to have. Yeah, so that this year, because there are so many things in our plate that we need to execute, let us focus on that. But we purpose that the 2025 audit will be the last one that the guy should audit. Is that fair enough? Yeah. Okay.
That's okay. We will pause that at the time of the resolutions. I want to take you back a bit because to the financials, there's someone who's appearing virtually that has posed a question to the finance team, and I'll just read it verbatim. Razaras Kithuku is asking to note that we have receivables in excess of 1.4 million. This is partly reason for the push for increase of service charge. Maybe the board can highlight measures to address this.
Through you, a lot of effort is ongoing, both by SEDCO and our estate manager, to ensure that everyone pays the arrears that they owe the management. Did I hear you say that that member also feels that because of these arrears is the reason we are pushing for a revision in the service charge? If that part was not there, and then I don't have to extend or stretch myself to answer that. There's no relationship between accounts receivable and the need to revise the service charge. That have been looked at independently.
The question is saying that we want to, if you look at our position, we are in a bad state. But truth is, if that 1.4 million was actually collected, our cash flow will not be suffering. So that's the message. So question is, why increase service charge if the 1.4 million is outstanding? Why can't we refocus on collecting the 1.4? I think that is what the question meant. But I think we can debate it when we are discussing the conversation of increase of service charge and the figure.
Fine.
Okay. Yes, I want to move on. We have exhausted our agenda, except one, the one for any other business. We did not receive any notices for any other business, so if you allow me first to deal with the resolutions, then we can go to any other business. So we have about 7 or 8 resolutions we need to pass. I'll start with the ones we started discussing. This is on water. The first resolution talks about the cost-benefit analysis of the borehole water and the connection to the freshwater pipes. So the resolution reads, the finance director to carry out a financial analysis of the cost-benefit of the borehole water vis-a-vis the freshwater connection. I don't know whether I've missed anything, but that is how we have framed it. So I will ask by show of hands who are in favor of that resolution. We can count that, and then we go to the other part of the question, who are not in favor, and then we can make that resolution. Alternatively, if it's unanimous, we don't even need to do the show of hands. I want to point out to you that anyone can request for a poll, sort of a secret ballot, other than the show of hands, and the chairman retains a casting vote in case of a tie. So I'll just repeat it. The finance director to carry out a financial analysis of the cost benefit of the borehole water vis-a-vis the freshwater connection. So who is in favor of this resolution by show of hands? It seems it's unanimous unless we have people in the virtual. Are there people in the virtual platform voting? We can raise our hands there. Are we able to do that? I believe the people who raise their hands are more than 10, because the people appearing virtually are maximum of 10. So I'll go with that. That resolution is passed. The second one is, in the meantime, taking into account the first resolution, the board to proceed with the connection of the 2 water lines, and the cost of 16,218 as projected per house to be collected as part of service charge by December 2025. Who's in favor of that resolution? So, in light of the first decision of the first resolution to do a cost-benefit analysis, in the meantime, the board to proceed with the connection of the 2 water lines, which is at the cost of 16,218 per house, to be collected as part of service charge by December 2025. In favor? Very well. I also recognize the fact that some members have proxies, and the decision is almost unanimous. Thank you. The third one, the water rate to be charged for the fresh water connection, or the fresh water, to be 155 shillings, or 160 shillings, or 135 shillings. So those are the 3 options. So we'll start with the lowest, 135. In favor of that? fresh water.
Fresh water 170, bowl 155.
To discourage members.
Most of the residences if you have a property within, borehole water is going as high as 200 a unit. So I'm looking at, because we'll come at voting of the service charge, do we work on, we don't increase the service charge very high, but water is a must everyone because it's on consumption basis. So then we review the borehole rate as we see, even if it's from next month, instead of paying 130, ask anyone around Syokimau and this area. No one is paying less than 200. But I'm not saying we go to 200, we can do 150, 160, then when the Mavoko water comes, 170. Then it can sustain the borehole services, the electricity. Then we don't tighten ourselves on the service charge as steep. Then we can leave the service charge alone, or we can review the cost benefit, or we can add something. But I think the borehole, this is an asset we are having. We are not making maximum use of this asset. Naina tu kula. Aishi. Sabaki is by geology has a lot of water. That's why most estates are doing as we speak. But let's pray. That's God's blessing. It's an asset. Let's maximize this asset to fund our operations.
Rephrase your question. Split it into two.
We have proposals of 160, 170. Then we move borehole from 130 to 150. Then we vote on that. For what? Borehole? No. Not 200. Let's not go too much. 150 for borehole.
Yes.
And then 160 for fresh water.
Okay.
Or 170. So for fresh water we choose between 160 and 170. No. Yeah, because we have both the two options. Let's say those who want 170 vote for 170. Those who want 160, 160. But both to move. So you have three options. For fresh there are two amounts, but for borehole it's one amount. Then we vote and conclude.
Yes. So can I read the resolution as proposed? The water rate to be charged as follows: for fresh water at 170 per cubic meter, or 160 per cubic meter. So we'll start with those who are in favor of 170 for fresh water. 170. Oh, okay. This is 170. This is 170. Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13, but I know Wambogo has several proxies. Please let me know how many proxies Wambogo you're representing and whether they are all in favor of 170. Sorry? 40. No. Number of proxies. He's 40. He's representing 40. Wambugu, all of them are in favor of 170. Okay.
And mine are 3.
Yours are 3?
Yes, all are in favor.
Of 170. So in total we have 53 for fresh water at 170. How about fresh water at 160? Fresh water at 160. 3, 4. This is 6, I think. Yeah, please again, so that for the record. One. No. You I can only see 4 hands, so 6 now. 6 now. Okay, we go to the borehole water from 130 to 150. Who is in favor of that? We only had that one option. It's unanimous at 150. Thank you very much. No one is. Very well, thank you for that. Moving on to the STP, the second blower. The second blower to be replaced from members' contributions and fixed deposit. So it's around 900,000 or 1 million. So part of it from the fixed deposit and members' contribution. Perhaps the chair, you can explain how this will work clearly so before we vote.
Assuming that we will increase, not assuming, we are definitely increasing service charge by a certain amount.
Yes.
So we can be able, because before it builds up, because as you can see, we are at a bad state. Before it builds up, and it seems to be an urgent thing because there's logistics, nearly importation and all that, it will take a month or 2. So it will be good for us to move on a 50-50. As this one builds, within 2 or 3 months, we should be able to get that 500,000 and we get a percentage from the owners and then we close on it. The other alternative will be to wait for it till when the cash flow builds enough, which may take a longer duration and then things will fail. So that would be the best balance.
So the portion coming from the members, it is from service charge. It is not an additional contribution. It is from, is it from service charge? It's just a clarification.
I meant that part of it is from service charge and part of it, as owners, we contribute a certain percentage. Because maintenance of some of these capital, or alternatively, we wait and all of it to come from service charge once it has built to a certain stage.
Bwana Chairman, I have a contribution.
Yes.
The reason why we are so quick to raise our hands at 170 and 150 is what you collect enough revenue to pay for that thing. I believe if we're moving water to 150 from 130 and we are moving fresh to 170 and service to Dogo, it will take you probably 3 or 4 months for you to get that money. I'm thinking we can be prudent about our fixed deposit and say, if you import something, do you need to pay for it 100% or you pay a fraction, then when it comes here, you clear it. Same thing when you're doing the piping, do we need to pay everything upfront or we pay something as we continue collecting? When they finish the work, we pay the balance, and we can even negotiate for a credit period. We pay after like 40 days after you complete the work, so to assure there's no leakage. Based on that, there's no need of then pushing members to again go back to their pocket to chip in, given there's a 16,000 we've already passed that we are going to pay. I believe raising 900,000 without those extras will take us 3 or 4 months max.
I agree. If we are, you know, it seemed as though we wanted to bring this blower as fast as possible.
Correct.
But if we are able to say that let's deal with it for 4 or 5 months max, I think we're okay. We can wait for both the figures to build and then we take it from service charge.
Yeah, and more importantly,
yes,
remember that blower, I think, is manufactured on order.
Yes.
Yeah, so even if we order today, by the time they are finishing to manufacture, we'll have collected that money. We can pick it up on the side.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I can pause with a bit of correction. The second blower to be replaced from the service charge.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the position. Yes. So that is agreed upon. Okay. Thank you.
I think what then we need to do for the water, for both the waters, we need to agree on the effective date, which
Yes.
becomes July. So then we start immediately.
Yes, I was going back to that because I needed that clarification.
Yes.
When the 150 and the 170 is taking effect,
Yes.
which month? When do we start billing?
July.
1st July.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks duration. So fresh will be in August. August.
Yeah.
But we will proceed to commission the guy to start by 1st of July.
That's okay.
Okay.
The deposit, the fixed deposit, the funds available in the fixed deposit account to be placed in facility earning competitive or more interest. However, the immediate water piping, for immediate water piping, the capital to be accessed from the fixed deposit account. Is that the position? So we are saying we go into the fixed account to fix the piping of the water.
It's a period of 1 year. You see, sorry to cut you short, Makeni. You can invest because the 16,000 that is coming to refund what you're going to use is coming between now and December.
So that effectively means we pend the transfer of the money from where it is to money market until we have fixed this other thing.
Yes, but you have the approval.
Yes, that is now clear.
All in favor?
So just I'm in favor. I'm just looking for the wider homeowners. You know, we have homeowners who like taking us to the court, and yeah, we we need to be concerned. So someone might argue, you already have my money somewhere in a fixed deposit, and now you want me to give you another 16K the same time. So what if we just rephrase and say it's like a credit? We are facilitated through like a credit. Then we don't go with a message to homeowners, we are using our fixed deposit, because this fixed deposit, there comes a time. Yes, and then we put effective. When do we start billing for the 16K? Do we invoice of July, do we put the 16K? Then people can stagger when it is recurring, but just to leave no room for legal space, because where money is, and nowadays people are winning cases, let's not go with a message we are touching the fixed. I don't know how you view people, how we can rephrase it so that we don't send that message. Because next they'll say use the fixed deposit for the blower, use fixed deposit for the Bowser. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think I want to take her proposal into account so that we don't have possibilities of wrangles arising out of that. Remember that fixed deposit is everyone's money. However, when it comes to the push, like Justina is saying, we don't think at the same level. There may be a member who will bring in those kind of complications, and before you sort them out, you have lost time. So let's just procedurally move that we spend whatever we have in anticipation of collecting and restoring the same from the 16,000.
So I will do away with the last part that started with however. So I just have the funds available in the fixed be placed in a facility earning more interest. Then internally you can know how to manage that, because I would expect if you spend, then you have to reimburse. Yeah. Okay, I hope that everyone is in favor of that. By
some degree from the fixed deposit, and then it's been refunded. Because it, again, we don't leave it that it has been a kichini-chini thing of the board. You see, so we need to move a resolution from here that we are borrowing. It's like we are crediting from there, and it will be refunded back by December.
is everyone agreeable? Is that? So then I can add that and say the funds available in the fixed deposit be placed in a facility earning more interest. However, the board will explore options of financing this, including a loan from the funds available in the fixed deposit.
I think we are making it a little more complex than is necessary. I want us to keep it simple. Just use the money on the understanding that we have all agreed here. Any howevers and qualifications that we attach to this activity is only going to expose us to members raising issues over that amount. I mean, over the approach. So I want to seek members' acceptance or approval that we shall spend, for immediate purpose, we can spend the money on the vote of the fixed account as an for emergency fund, in anticipation that that will be replenished when we collect the other money. So that we don't tie it to if we do that, if we don't do this. That's what I'm saying.
From the emergency fund and replenished by the 1st of January or something.
I don't know why you want to put the date to it. What about if we can do it in 3 months?
Still in order.
Bye.
That is the latest, eh? Then it will be shall.
Thank you, members. So I can, I hope we are all in agreement now that the funds available in the fixed deposit will be placed in a facility earning more interest. The same may be used for immediate use for the water works and will be replenished or repaid by 31st of January 2026. That is in order? I was giving more time, but because there was a suggestion. Because December probably is a short month. So we can go with by 31st January 2026. Okay, 31st December. I think the board is confident enough. Okay. So then it's 31st December 2025. All in favor, kindly by show of hands. Thank you very much. It's unanimous. The sixth one is on St. Bakita, that an access be created from the estate to St. Bakita School through house number 48. That is, yes, but there is a small thing that I want us to, that was suggested by a member, that a charge, a one-off charge, be paid by the users for construction of the gate. Should it be the users or the service charge?
It's a community facility.
So can I say the estate?
So how shall we qualify the users if tomorrow there's a resident here who moves out by July, and then the other person comes? Will you say, oh, the other user had not paid, you pay? It doesn't make sense.
The estate. So everyone in agreement?
I know some of our kids are in university, but wangu wako primary, please.
Everyone, the estate?
No, I think let's put it kidogo of what guys will be able to raise instead of adding a lot of those things to service charge. Yeah. Iyo 500, 1,000. If you are blessed to tow a 10% your transport, you know.
We remove where the source. We remove the source.
No, we need to leave that to Memrusu Apaswe. Yes, that has got to be there.
Yes, the first part is okay.
Yes.
Because these users are forever changing. Yeah, let's just leave it. that it is
So
done.
an access road
and
will be created.
An access road. Yes.
There's something called standards. Yes. So we've been allowed by somebody that you can put something crossing their. Yes.
For even the person who has donated that space to appreciate where the estate is coming from. You cannot do that by donations. We have to just say, we shall do it and do it properly. Service charge.
Lakini maybe the users are here. Majority of the users are here.
Let's do this. It is the guy's house. Okay? You will not come and design from here. But you approve your type of design. So let the guy sit down. Tell us. Get so that he's happy. Because that is his compound. Okay? Then once he gives us his BQ, hiyo ndio tunachanga changa. But let's not put a lot of things. Our plate is already full, and you're adding more. Wacha hiyo maneno.
Okay, so we leave it.
Bado mdogo yuko hapo. Bado mimi nitapita.
We leave it. We leave it at the point of creating an access gate. Okay, I think that is unanimous. And then?
Would advise on the cost and the design, so that we don't skuma him to some cheap things.
On cost.
Yes.
So let me read the revised one. An access be created from the estate to St. Bakita School through house number 48 boundary wall, and a gate be erected, and the owner to advise on cost and design. That's it. It's unanimous. Thank you. The service charge. A service charge be increased from 5,000, and we have several options, to 7,500, 6,500, or 6,000. And then we have to put an effective date. So, those in favor of 7,500, please lift your hands. That was the chairman's proposal. I'm wondering why he's not. Sawa. So I can go to 6.5. In favor of 6.5? These are 5 have voted for 6.5. 6,000. There are some votes online. Someone kindly advise on the votes online. Okay, this is 6,000. Just let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have seen 9 hands. Plus 40. That's 49. That's 48. Or plus 3. Yeah. I think for which rate? 6,000? 6,500. Okay, so I think it's unanimous. It's 6,000. What date do we put as the effective date? 1st July. I think. Anyone with another view? I think we go with that. Yes.
First July, Tuesday. What?
So I think it's also unanimous. We go with 1st July. The issue of we are now entering into the issue of the external auditor. There were various views. Do we retain the current auditor or carry out a fresh recruitment? There were many ideas. I don't want to explain any of them. Who's in favor of retaining the current auditor for the next 1 year. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that is usually the practice, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you very much. So do I add that?
Yeah. I think we should say that come next AGM, we should have the quotations ready to select the other auditor.
Normally that function.
Of course,
is
the
played by
incumbent
board.
is not qualified.
Can I revise it and say to retain the current auditor for the current year, 2025, and the board to recruit another auditor going forward? Thank you very much. That is also unanimous. Thank you. I will now move to the last agenda, which is any other business. I'll open the... Very well. Do we have any other business that you'd like to conduct, although we did not receive any notices? Yes, former chair.
Is this supposed to be approved during the AGM, or the board, once they recruit, that's it? Is that the standard best practice?
The experience of each, so that you pick. The cheapest is not necessarily the best or the best qualified.
So picking is done by the members, not board?
Approval.
Or in the next
Yeah.
AGM is when we'll approve the new auditor?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So my ALB.
Yes.
I know when I joined the board, I found most of the items were placed under insurance. We have homeowners within the estate who work in that industry, and I felt it was a good idea to place some of the assets we have under insurance. I know it was removed after I left. So is this something we can explore in future once we get the new blower, place it under insurance or borehole? Because we have members who live within the estate and they can help us get some of the money for some of these breakdowns.
Are we on AOB?
Yes, I would like the respective directors to take note so that they can respond.
Yeah, mine is on, it's touching on unity. Adding to what Oyamo spoke about the STP, you'll find that at times you feel like the estate is divided. If there is the issue of the STP, you get the feeling like the upper guys are like, I don't get the stench. If you have the issue of the water, you get the feeling like, sisi uko chini tuko sawa tuwajue mjisort. So we need to find either a team whereby it can encompass everyone within the estate to feel like one. At times you feel like there's no that sense of unity in regard to, like somebody posted the other day, there's a dog that did something. And I mean, 21st century, really, such things happening within an estate, and the person who did it probably doesn't take care of it. There was this case of the stench from house number 89. I know the chair really followed it up, but then you get the sense that the owner of the next house, the neighbor, was really suffering, and every day, I don't know, was it Lazarus or something, kept writing things. So we need like a group. It could be like 3 ladies, 3 gentlemen who can walk in and give calm to an individual. It's like at times you get the feeling everyone for himself or herself. And we don't need that in this estate. We need unity. That's one thing I've really picked. You'll see the people down there really pushing for the STP. But it's like, Oyamo, there's a lot of things he's mentioned, like from house 15 going onwards, people will be like, but me, I don't live in house 15 going onwards. I'm okay. We don't want that feeling. We want the feeling whereby when you walk into the estate, you feel like one estate. That is lacking. I can tell you for free. We lack that. And if we can enact that to another level, we will really achieve a lot.
I think there was a conversation some time back, if you would remember, on Nyumba Kumi, and there were selected representatives for lanes and certain sections of the estate who are supposed to ideally have run with such a thing, so that we try and build that unity within the estate. And I feel like if that's something we can revive, that would go a long way in handling such concerns. But I hear you. I think that's a very valid concern on the unity for the estate.
Also, one more, the directors, the people who manage, I think they are volunteers. I think there is a better way, as these residencies, we can find to send messages through the groups. And I was suggesting one of them is, when one really feels pain, you can look for Oyamo's house. Look, you can inbox somebody on the sideline. Sometimes I read messages in the groups and I'm like, hey, this is like civil war going on, online. So we don't require that. And at times I feel like the people exchanging probably don't even know each other on face value, physically. So at times when you walk to somebody and say, I'm so-and-so, this is what I feel about the issue raised, I do want to raise it in the group, there's a better positive impact it gets. Yes, we should really raise issues in the group, but where you feel really pained, I think it's always good to walk and look for this particular person and tell him or her, this is how I felt. And there's a better understanding, by the way, when you have that physical engagement, other than we read things differently, we all know when written, and translate them in our own ways. The lawyers can really prove that. Exactly. Mood also changes, and where we are at that particular moment.
Just a thing on the unity. I think what we used to do before was actually have socials. So, correct, which we have not had in a very long time, So those socials help people get to know your house number 71, what is your name, that kind of thing. And I think the socials we need to revive. Yes, Chairman, we need some boozies. At least 3 times a year. 3 times a year.
Where somebody wants to be treated in a very special way. Now, we were advised here by Kara, those of you who are in that meeting during the reign of Peter I, they were very firm that when it comes to matters we have agreed by our bylaws, those are enforceable, even in a court of law. So let's not allow exceptions. And we have allowed a few exceptions, and I think these have tended to encourage others to mess around. I don't want to go into the history of those who have violated or breached that, but I also agree that we can enhance our unity by going back to our boozy end-of-year parties and things like those. They are great, and they make us really have a human face to where we stay.
Director McKenny, I'll also invite you to respond to the issue of the insurance, since you are in that docket as well.
For me, insurance is a way of doing what we call financial risk management. It is not something we can avoid. At least we have to insure all the assets that we have, except probably land, which we don't anticipate another Hiroshima state where a bomb can be dropped and spoil our driveway.
Thank you. Any other comments as we close? I'll also invite the chair to make his remarks as we contribute.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So for the chairman Mbuzi, we'll do it in August, sorry. In August, but this time we'll do it differently, because our teenagers will be back for holidays, I presume. If you have anyone or you know anyone who can come in also just to have a word with them, at least do differently. During the day, we can also incorporate the market day for the guys who are selling things within the estate, so you get to interact, you get to know who's selling what, because what I usually see is guys are selling things online, but you can't put a name on the number. So at least guys to interact also. Then in the evening, the chairman now will throw us the mbuzi as a gift for the estate, so that we get to mingle later in the evening and get to know each other. For the small babies, we have a ground, we'll know what to do.
He's not saying for the small, so we'll start with the small one, so we'll have a fun whatever. So the good thing is that Justina, you're the one to arrange for that.
Mothers will help me, not from my pockets, organizing. I wish I was able, I would just chuck it from my pocket and invite all kids. Yeah, let's leave that to the Delta ladies. We know how we do these things. Oh, Chairman, utanisamee mimi naongea sana. Siwarudishi nyuma. There was this issue of Odiek coming to the estate. Yes. It was addressed on the wall. Yes. But I remember under my time there was, it's AOB. AOB? Yes, we tried also banning another gardener that time. But then you find, because this is just homeowners, but we have a bigger percentage of tenants. They go pick the gardener at the gate in their car, anaingia, anafanya kazi, na anamtoa. Yes, it used to happen that way. So you ban, but then the tenants whom you don't have a lot of control, they smuggle in their gardener, who, the one you are banned, then anatoka. So about Ondiek, I support, because it must have come from a concern from the interest of the residents, but I will not be surprised to see him in the estate.
I think for that, I need to leave it first to the security director to see how effective it is going. Eh? However, that guy has been involved with theft 3 times. Found him stealing petrol during your time. He stole the blower, went to sell it as scrap. Then now he was stealing a tent. So we chased him. For the fuel, we forgave him. For the blower, we fired him. He came back complaining, kitu kidogo kidogo. We returned him back to work. Now again he's stealing. So I think we have just reached the dead end. And it is both to residents and owners. We can engage him to do for us other jobs outside there, but not here. So I think the onus is on Bwana Karaoke as our security director, whether he's walking or inside a resident's car, atolewe.
So let me also share, based off what Chairman has also just said, granted there are many incidents, and one of the residents, actually a homeowner, called me recently to plead if he could come in, and I had to hold a firm position that he cannot be allowed in under any circumstance. Given what has happened in the past in the different regimes, we saw it fit that he does not access the estate. Now, 2 things. One, Jeff Hamilton received strict instructions that should this person be seen in the estate again, action will be taken against Jeff Hamilton themselves. 2, as much as yes, Ondieki was involved in all these things, that also revealed a lapse in our security, because if he was not allowed in and he still managed to come in, then that's also a lapse on our security team. So I think, I'm sorry, apologies, I had stepped out briefly for an urgent matter, but I think it was also discussed on the change of the vendor for security. So those are some of the things we are trying to look at and make sure that when the new service provider will come on board, we'll hold them to account to certain standards. But this came as a warning to Jeff Hamilton that this guy should not have accessed, and he accessed, and now things were found missing. Yeah.
Okay. On behalf of my colleagues, the board, would like to thank you very much for availing your whole Saturday to just spend time with us and to make decisions for the benefit of our investment and our property. We thank you very much for there has been some debate, seeding of grounds, but at least we've made very good progress as compared to the other meetings that we've had before. At least quite a number of resolutions have been made. You have
I have a comment before you finish.
Oh, okay.
In case you're finishing.
I'm finishing.
Okay, just to say thank you for all you do, for the whole, the board of directors. We don't say thank you enough. You do over and above what we would expect. Even for you to go looking for water for us, I don't take that for granted. I think it's amazing. The mistakes you make, you're human. We are human. We do our bit, but thank you very much for the effort you put in. It's appreciated.
Yeah, so we also thank you for supporting us this far, and we look forward to you supporting us now execute the resolutions that we have passed. At least by the time we're having the next AGM, let us have dusted and cleared those issues. I think moving forward is just to see whether we can be having, in times like this, just having some big bets somewhere, so that when the new board comes on board, they are picking from a synchronized point that I think that are beneficial to the next generation and next benefit of the long-term goal that we have. Finally, I know we didn't do, we have agreed to postpone the issue of painting, but it is important for our properties. Yeah, it doesn't make sense at times that I've painted mine, someone has painted theirs, and the others are like in the photos that we are showing here. Yeah? So as much as the other priorities that have come this year, we look forward to next year that we can put that as one of the agendas that we will have to achieve. Finally, it's just to pray that the presence of the Lord that has been with us today and for these deliberations be with us as we live and as we engage online, as we engage as owners in other deliberations. Let us be as sober and humane as we have been today. At times, the exchanges that come out on the wall, it's like, watu wanaongea na wafanyakazi wa board. It comes out as though you guys should be doing this, which is not very good. Eh? Maybe it's at times I look at it and keep quiet because it's a generational difference. Some of the new owners are Gen Zs, millennials. They have a lot of they're like, hey, water is not dripping here, you know? And you're also waiting, like some of us who bought houses up there thinking that we are next to the tank. Hey, at Maji Takua, we wait for guys downstairs. Yeah? But as a way of saying thank you and for just your time as we finish here, I think there's some lunch. Let's just fellowship over lunch. There are some cards that Moses will give each one of you. We have lunch and then we can disperse at our own time. Maybe someone just to end for us the day with the prayer.
Let's all stand up and make us.
Let's believe and pray. Everlasting Father, we thank you. We thank you for this meeting. We thank you for everything that we have deliberated on. Father, how we pray that you may give us wisdom, that you may walk with us, Lord, as we get into the next year. May we be able to fulfill each and everything that we have planned here. We thank you for the food that has been set before us. May you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.